All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Chang Gang podcast. This is episode 66, featuring Kat, aka Imakatastrophe. Hi, Kat. Welcome to the podcast. How's it going?
Pretty good. I actually fixed my sleep schedule for this.
You fixed your sleep schedule for this?
If anyone knows me, they know that I literally wake up at 10 p.m. or 11 p.m.
Oh, dang. Okay,
So-
yeah. We're getting early info already about you. But yeah, I really appreciate you for taking the time to be here and for being willing to sign up. So much appreciated.
Because other people ask me.
Yeah, that too. We got a lot of convincing, so thank you guys. Thank you to everyone, the friends. On the bottom right, you guys could see our Instagram handles. Feel free to drop some follows. This is already episode 66. We're moving really quick with this. Thank you guys for tuning in. There are 2 commands for every single one of these podcasts. The first one is exclamation podcast. In short, I like to host these to give my friends a platform to talk about their lives and their experiences overall. So we're just going to be learning about Kat today. And secondly, exclamation guest will lead you guys to a direct link to Kat's Twitch channel. She is a fellow streamer, so it would be great if you could meet her whenever she streams and show some love by dropping a follow and more. All right, we're gonna get started. Kat, feel free to give us a brief introduction about yourself and include some of your hobbies and interests.
I am Kat. I'm a Canadian streamer. I mostly stream Valorant, sadly. I guess I got into gaming or PC gaming a lot more recently. I think about a year ago. Actually, it was a PS4 gamer, and then recently got into FPS games. I think I've only been playing Valorant for 4 months.
Mm-hmm.
And some of my hobbies, I would say, are graphics designing. So I make a lot of things like posters for virtual DJs. I did a lot of VR chat stuff, like VR chat dancing, and I go to raves in VR. I know that sounds really weird, and a lot of people are gonna be like, "What the hell? There's raves in VR?" But yes, there are raves in VR, and basically I go there. I interact with DJs like Muzz, Stay Sick, a couple other DJs, but other than that, I do like dancing. I found VR dancing because I couldn't go out for COVID. So.
All right. Thank you for that brief intro with hobbies and interests. So, how would you describe your own personality, though?
Crackhead. I'm a crackhead. I'm very shy. When I first meet people, it's hard for me to really open up to them, but once I do, I'm a very open book kind of person. So once I actually get comfortable with someone, it's easier for me to just wear my heart on my sleeve around them.
I see. Okay, how about rating yourself on a introvert to extrovert scale, 1 through 10, 10 being extroverted.
1.
1? Okay.
It's I got better with talking to people through VR, especially because I was forced to talk to famous DJs.
Yeah.
And I hosted events for them, and it was kind of hard for me to openly talk to new people, but it was easier because I was in a VR avatar. I wasn't using my actual face.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I first started streaming, I didn't use a face cam because I was way too scared. And just seeing how girls get treated on Twitch sometimes, it was kind of an iffy topic for me to like want to
Mm-hmm.
use my face cam.
Oh yeah, we'll definitely talk about Twitch stuff and your thoughts about that.
Yeah.
Okay, let's start from the very beginning of your life. We're talking about since the day you were born. Give us like an overview of what you went through in life since the day you were born up until, let's say, the end of high school, and then I'll ask you specific questions.
Mm, well, I grew up as a second or like middle child. I have an older brother and a younger brother. My mom came to Canada 'cause she's from the Philippines at a really early age, and my dad was like already here, and they met when she was in high school. So my brother is like really, or was born when he was like a young age, or when my mom was at a young age. So my mom growing up struggled with being able to like support us all for what we wanted. So I actually got a job when I was like really, really young. And a lot of people know me for being really mature. So I guess like having to pay bills at a really early age, not being able to go out that often because I was always working. Like I started working when I was like 13.
Wow.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, and I started supporting my mom when I was really young as well. But I'm kind of grateful for that because I'm more thankful for the things that I have. Especially like I'm not materialistic because I didn't have much growing up anyways. So it was easy for me to just be thankful for whatever I got
Yeah.
thanks to that. And then it also taught me how to spend money wisely. So like saving up for my PC was really easy for me to do because I already knew how to do that, like how to save up money.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, not a lot of things happened in my childhood, I guess. Other than that, I was put into piano when I was 7. I was a dancer ever since I was like 10. You know, typical Asian things. Them living through us. My mom put me through everything that she could. She wanted me to be kind of like a triple threat, so I did acting as well and singing. I didn't like acting because that meant I had to talk to people. Singing, like, it wasn't that bad. I enjoy dancing and I still do. I just don't do it as often. And same with the piano. It's kind of just collecting dust.
Mm-hmm. So that's like what you would say you went through up until the end of high school?
Yeah, I didn't really go through much
Mhm.
until like after high school. That's when it all started.
Okay, that's totally fine. That's why I split it up to that. Were you always in Canada? Like you were born in Canada and you stayed in the same area?
um, I was born in the countryside, so I am actually a farm girl.
Uh-huh.
I guess a lot of people were surprised that I was a farm girl. I like had to show pictures of like my goats and stuff and me
Oh,
holding my
snap.
goats.
Uh-huh.
And I think like she, Caster, all of them have seen it, like Delph's group, most of them have.
Mhm.
But I don't like talk about that often because I don't think it's it's kind of normal here, but I guess for like Americans it's not. So they're just like, "You're a farm girl? Oh my god." Uh but then I moved to Calgary, which where I'm like currently living in.
Okay.
And then I was in Vancouver for a little bit for school, and now I'm back.
Ooh, okay. Vancouver. Got it.
Yeah.
So, what was your relationship like with your parents and your brothers when you were younger as compared to now?
Mm. Well, my dad left at a really early age, or like early stage in my life. I think I didn't know him. He left when I was 2, and then he tried to come back when I was like 13. But at the time, my mentality was just like, oh, just me, like my mom, my brothers, and I. So like, he wasn't in the picture, and he tried to come back, and I was just like, no, I don't want you in my life anymore.
Hmm.
You weren't here for like the beginning stages. Why should you be here now? You don't have that privilege to come back. And then my mom and I are still really close. Pretty sure Castor hears her talking to me sometimes, or me arguing with her. Uh, my brothers, I don't actually get to see that much. My younger brother goes to a football league school, and then my older brother works like really far north. So I'm not around my brothers that often. I guess like
Mhm.
I've like fought with my older brother a lot, like physically. So
Physically.
yeah, like physically, like he punched me in the face, and I just had no reaction to it because I was just so used to it.
Dang.
And that's
What's the
kind of
age
weird.
gap?
2 years. So I'm 21 and he's like 23.
Hmm. And then your younger brother is also like within your around your age
He's
too.
yeah, just like a couple years younger than me. I think also 2 years. I haven't seen him in a while, so.
Ah. So that's a family, specifically your parents and siblings.
Mhm.
So as long as you're okay with talking about this, do you have like a good understanding of why I guess your parents separated and when did it kind of like hit you? I know you're only 2 years old, so you probably didn't think much. But growing up without like a father figure, do you have like any insider thoughts about that?
I know the reasoning to that, because like I've looked back on it and I've talked to my mom about it, is because them being quote unquote in love at such an like early age.
Yeah.
Um, because my mom was just turning 18 when they had my like older brother.
Yeah.
So she didn't get to go through like a lot of the things because of that, and I think he blamed himself for that.
Hmm.
Um, and then he ended up having a second family that I met when I was like 13 as well.
Hmm.
So obviously, like, he moved on from that. But I don't like completely blame him for that because, yeah, having like love at such an early age, like, it's very toxic. Most of the times, people don't like understand what love is, but they think they do. Especially like having a child at that age.
Yeah. You're just like
Yeah.
reflecting as if you were in their shoes, right?
Yeah.
So he has like another family, but you're not really close to them, right? Is that the case?
Um, I was like talking to them and everything, and I still hang out with the eldest daughter sometimes,
Hmm.
but I don't forgive him completely. Uh, I'm just like learning to accept everything that he did, but I think it's still gonna be a while until I like, completely forgive him.
Yeah.
Especially like having a second family and just like meeting them and going through all that kind of stuff
Hmm.
was like a little hard for me. Especially like knowing what the hardships my mom went through and being physically there, having to help support her. I
Got
don't
it.
think I could like forgive him that
Hmm.
easily.
So while you were growing up with your mom raising you guys, what was the discipline like? What was her style of discipline?
I think my brothers didn't have any because my younger brother is pretty spoiled and my older brother has like a huge attitude. when talking to my mom. Um, or like a god complex, I guess you could call it. uh, I think it's also just like maybe the difference in my maturity compared to theirs. Um, where it was like I don't know, my mom was pretty lenient about a lot of things, except for like, you know, like the typical Asian mom thing to like teenage girls, like, oh, you're not allowed to have a boyfriend until you're in college.
Yeah.
uh, but other than that, she was pretty lenient. I mean, I was saying that I didn't really go out much. I'm very introverted, so I don't actually hang out with people, and they were like always going to the malls and stuff, and that's not really my thing. I don't like malls. There's too many people. But she was pretty lenient about a lot of things. I was gaming a lot and working. That's about all I really did in junior high.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Caster.
So, more so about where you lived, like in Calgary, even before that in Van. How would you describe like the background and diversity of those areas?
I grew up in kind of like the more Asian area, so I did have a lot of like Asian friends. Um, the schools I went to, my mom like picked the best ones, and I went to like a French school, so I like learned French um along the way. I guess it was pretty diverse. My friend group right now in real life is mostly filled with like mixed people. So like I'm Filipina and Portuguese. My best friend is Filipina and French Canadian. My other friend is Latina and I forgot what else. But like we're a bunch of like um mixed like races. So it's like nice to have a lot of that. And I guess like more in high school, I noticed we had a lot of Korean people come to my school. Maybe it's just like my school specifically, because I like went to school in downtown, and I guess like a lot of transfer students came during that time. Which I think was like 2016 to 2018. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you for that. So we'll talk more so about school now. How did you perform academically throughout your whole education career? Yeah.
It was pretty good. I was very introverted, so I didn't really talk to many people. I was the kind of person to be kind of like a perfectionist. So whenever there were group projects and I got like I'd pick the popular people specifically, like popular people, you know, like the ones that don't do anything during group projects, so I could do everything. So it would be like down to the last thing that I wanted, because I'm a very imaginative person. So even before we'd get together and work on things, I'd already have a picture in my mind about what I wanted. It's kind of the same with me in graphics designing. I see something that I like, and I put it into my work.
Interesting. Okay. That's like quite the strategy. Popular people.
Some populars.
And this carried over to like even after high school, like college?
Yes.
Got it.
I am still very introverted. I think I met Katie, aka like Miss Cat, and I think she was carrying the conversation in real life. It was I'm that shy, but like when we met in person, like I don't know, like a month ago, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, I was like still really shy. She was talking a lot more than I was at first, and then I got like a little more comfortable after like a couple minutes. I think like it took me about an hour to actually be able to speak to her freely. I don't know how it's gonna be like with Castor. That's probably gonna be another whole story.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll talk more about that in the Twitch conversations. All right. So aside from academics, were you by any chance involved in any sort of sports?
I was in junior high, but in high school, okay, I guess I forgot to leave to put that in, but in junior high, I was in flag football, volleyball, badminton, basketball. I think that's it. I think was
That's a
in
lot.
band as well. Yeah. uh I had like my brother's popularity, like my older brother's popularity, like most younger sisters or brothers. So I was kind of like known to do everything, and then I grew up with brothers, so I was like not super girly back then. I think like high school is when I developed my femininity.
I see what you mean.
But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, and in high school I was in the swim team and the volleyball team. But when I was like around 17, I had a lung issue, and it was called pneumothorax, which is like collapsing of the lung. Um, and basically, I was in class one day and I just kind of collapsed to the floor. And then the next 3 seconds, I kind of just woke up randomly and was like, oh, I'm on the floor. What the heck?
Mm-hmm.
And then they had an ambulance called on me. So I can't do sports anymore. It's hard for me to go hiking and stuff, but I still enjoy doing it. It just takes me a little bit longer because my lungs haven't fully like healed.
How did you get that? Is it like something you develop or
Um,
genetics?
it can be genetics. Pneumothorax is usually typical in like taller people, but I just got it through genetics because my dad's side has like really bad asthma.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time, I wasn't like living with my mom because she had like a boyfriend at that time, and I was just like, I don't really like you. So,
Oh. Mm-hmm.
uh, yeah, I was like with a friend at that time, and I was stressing about like so many things. So it didn't help that the pneumothorax was already technically within me, and then the stress added on to my lungs to where eventually it just like kind of popped
Yeah.
and then made a hole in my lung.
Wow. So you didn't even know about this until it happened in high school?
Yeah. I didn't
It's
have
crazy.
um
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have like asthma or anything, and I never had anything wrong with my health until then, and it just all kind of hit so suddenly.
I see. So, but before that, when you were involved with like swimming and volleyball, do you have can you explain like what was your favorite memories from it? Did you accomplish anything out of that?
I think my biggest accomplishments were through piano and dance. I was in a
More so. Mm-hmm.
dance crew and we did big like competitions. But piano, I competed a couple times, but I think I just enjoyed playing piano because back then I was into anime. So I could play like the anime intros and people would be like, oh my god, you're so cool.
Huge flex. Yeah.
Huge flex. And there's like this small downtown that has a piano. So when we go there, sometimes when like my friends would like force me to, um, I would mostly sit at the piano.
Mhm.
That was like my safe spot in a crowd full of people. Like, sure, it made people stare at me, but I think if I'm doing something that I enjoy, it's not as bad for me. Kind of like how streaming is.
Yeah. For dancing, two questions. So, how did you get into it, and what type of dance were you involved in?
Um, my mom signed me up for dancing, for like dance lessons, and then I got asked to be a part of like a crew, from my instructor.
Oh, outside of school then.
No, it was like part of the program that I was
Mm-hmm.
in, because I got the place is called Dance with France, and basically like if you were good enough, you'd go into competition,
Mm-hmm.
and I didn't think that I would, and I didn't even know they had like competitions. I thought I was just there to dance or learn how to dance. I started off with ballet, then I moved on to hip hop. I did b-girling. Um,
Nice.
I did Latin dancing. I'm a self-taught pole dancer because of VR.
That's a lot.
Well, yeah.
A lot of different types of dance. Do you have a favorite?
I think the pole dancing. I
Uh,
know that sounds like really weird, but it's like it's not the kind you'd see at clubs. I promise, guys. I promise.
mhm.
um, it's kind of like contemporary in a way.
Yeah.
Um, to me, it was very empowering because I learned it after I had a toxic relationship
Mm-hmm.
and that broke off. So that was a really big turning point for me in my confidence because I lost all of it because of that one person.
Yeah.
Um, that one person actually cheated on me twice. So you could see why my confidence went down after.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but coming back to the dancing, it was a growth for me. It helps me with a lot of things because I refused to go out even more so than I do now. um, I didn't talk to anyone, and I think that kind of just pushed me to implement myself back into society in a way. So, thank God for dancing and VR because otherwise, I, I think I wouldn't have been on Twitch and stuff if it weren't for that.
Yeah. Was there anything else you were involved in, like in school? Maybe clubs or activities?
Choir and the debate club because as caster, I love arguing. I'm just kidding. um, I love being right, but I also know that I can be wrong. So at least I admit to it. I think I admit a lot of times to caster that I'm wrong.
Uh-huh.
um, but I at that time I was a little feisty Latina Asian girl. So debate club was like perfect for me.
Mhm.
Choir, I loved music and I still do, so it was a nice way to like get to know people. Um, my friend from junior high that moved to high school with me was also in choir, and she's the one who convinced me to do it. So that was pretty fun, I guess. The school trips are fun. but I was like super nervous having to sing in front of people. But
Yeah.
thank God it's like a group of people, not just like a singular person kind of thing. Because otherwise, I don't know if I could have done that. Oh my god.
Mm-hmm. Do you still sing today?
Rarely. Castor caught me singing earlier, and I stopped like immediately. I was like, oh god.
Oh, okay, okay. Okay, so other than that, with everything you've done in school, what would you say your high school stereotype was? What were you known as?
Pretty shy girl. I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Because a lot of people, also the resting bitch face thing.
Oh.
Like the, oh my god, I thought you were like a biatch when I first saw you, and then I started talking to you, and you're so nice. Because when I was in school, I didn't smile.
Uh-huh.
um, I just went from my first class to my second class to my third class, and I was just like zooming through the halls of everybody. I like even there was like this group of kids right outside the door to my math class, and I just pushed my way through. I was just like, I don't have time for this.
Yeah.
I'm ruthless.
So that's stereotype. Have you personally ever encountered any forms of bullying in your life?
I think in real life I have. I mean, okay, no, my friends have, and then I got involved. Okay, I think it was in junior high. Yeah, because you're in French. Okay. My friends and I were walking down the hall, and I was kind of popular back then, but it's only because of my brother. Like, I got all of my popularity from my brother. Because he was popular, so that everyone kind of knew me because of him. They're like, oh,
Yeah.
that's Alvin's little sister. And basically, the girls that I knew from like sportsmen,
Mm-hmm.
they were making fun of my friends for being like geeks and stuff because they were super into like Harry Potter. They were all in bands. But I kind of disliked that a lot and started slowly hating on, as you would call them, jocks because of that. Especially like egotistical jocks. That's like the worst.
The
That's
jocks.
like, ah.
You're just thinking back on it and you're like, ooh, this gasses me up.
Even now,
Uh-huh.
because I used to be a server at this one place, and hockey is big here, right? I got hit on by like hockey guys when I was like 18, and they were so egotistical, and I just, oh my god, if I wasn't working out there, I swear to God.
Ooh,
I
okay, that
swear to
was
God, if
work.
I
Yeah,
wasn't
yeah.
working.
We'll talk about
Yeah.
work. I love to hear more
Um,
about this.
but basically, I just told them off.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty good with my words when I'm really mad. I don't lose control that much unless like someone really pushes me. But I wasn't like super angry. But I just told them off, and then I stopped hanging around those kind of people. And
Mm-hmm.
that's how I kind of became picky with the people that I include into my life or introduce
Yeah.
into my life. Because of people like that. Because they were so nice to me and then two-faced to them, so it's just like, I don't like hanging around the populars in like junior high and high school.
Mm-hmm. It's nice though. Stood up for your friends.
Yeah. I'm still friends with them now too. Like I've been friends with them for like a really long time, especially my best friend, because she was the one who was made fun of the most.
Yeah.
But out of all of the people that I knew back then, I think she has the biggest personality, and I'm
Mhm.
thankful that she's my friend because we've been through a lot together emotionally. She was the one that I was like living with too, when
Mhm.
I wasn't with my mom, and her parents actually were going to adopt me. So
Whoa.
yeah,
Mhm.
there was like a lot of things that was happening.
With like your own family, you mean?
Mm.
Okay, so aside from bullying, have you ever been in like a physical fight? Well, actually, you mentioned your brother, but maybe aside from your brother.
Uh, when I was 18, I was in a relationship
Mm-hmm.
with someone who was older than me. Um, and I ended up like moving in with that person. And it was a very toxic relationship. He was a very jealous type, and it was like he was part of the like Asian mafia kinds of guys.
Oh,
So
okay.
you could expect what happened there, but I think at the end of our relationship, we got into like a physical fight. And I think just a year or two ago, my scar from my stomach just completely healed. But um let's just say I was into gaming. I talked to a lot of guys because of gaming, and he got really angry at that. And
Mm-hmm.
eventually, I just kind of bottled it up and let it all out. And I was just like fed up with it, especially because he was a drinker. So,
Ooh, okay, okay.
yeah, an
This is all
alcoholic. So,
relationship stuff.
yeah.
Okay. Definitely we'll get into more detail about that when we get to those certain topics. I feel like those are more heavier conversations to have.
Yeah.
Aside from that, I guess, were you in other sort of fights?
In high school, there was this one time that I was, or like, yeah, that I was in a fight with this other girl.
What was the story behind that?
Uh, there, basically, her boyfriend likes me, and I didn't know because I don't talk to people.
Mm-hmm.
And then she started like trying to pick fights with me and stuff. And I think it was like at the train station because I was going to go meet my friends. Uh, and basically, she started like pushing me around and stuff.
Jeez.
And
Mm-hmm.
I've been in fights with my older brother, so I can handle a woman if I really need to. But I kind of got in trouble for throwing her.
Oh. Okay. I didn't expect that.
I kind of grabbed her by the hair
Uh-huh.
and just like yeeted her. But I didn't care. I wasn't violent at first. Like I was trying to listen to her and
Mm-hmm.
everything and trying to be reasonable. But then she just kept pushing me.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a video.
Oh.
There was a video that went around about that fight. And
Yeah.
then I got
World Star or what?
no. Thank God.
Oh,
But
jeez.
yeah, that went around our school for a
Mm-hmm.
little. You know,
That's crazy.
I'm both crazies, okay? I'm Latina and Asian, so if you pick a fight with me, oh my God. I might seem small and delicate, but I'm a farm girl, and I had older brother, so
Had the blood and the training. Yeah, you could defend yourself. Wait, you say you're small? How tall are you?
Okay, I was 5'2", but I started growing. So I'm like reaching 5'4", 5'5".
Okay.
I can like finally reach things now
Nice.
without a stepping stool. except for my one of my windows. I still need a stepping stool for that.
And this is like random questions I ask about high school. If you guys had this, did you ever attend your like prom or homecoming?
I attended prom, but I left after a while.
Oh, like it wasn't
My
a good
friend.
experience?
My friend's boyfriend at the time was like shoving his tongue down her throat, and I was just like, I'm done with this. And someone pukes. So like, it wasn't that fun. I was just like, I don't know about this one.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't the party for me.
Jeez.
Yeah, the parties aren't really my thing.
Was there anything else from school that you feel like you'd like to mention? Other than that, because we would be moving towards the work conversations.
My university life was really boring, so like I thought I was introverted in high school.
Yeah.
I was so wrong. I didn't talk to anyone. But maybe it's because I did neuroscience for my first year.
Mm-hmm.
And I cried. Like I was at the verge of like pulling all of my hair out. And then I switched to business administration, and it's pretty good. Boring, but pretty good.
How did you choose the school? Like, was it in your area or did you move somewhere?
No, I went to Edmonton for that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's like a 3-hour drive. But U of A is one of the top ones here in Canada. So it's like in the top 10-ish, I think. I don't know like the ratings now for schools, but it was in the top 10 back then. So that's how I picked it. And plus 3 hours away from where I'm like where I thought I was stuck at.
So when did you go to Vancouver? Was it not for school or was that like way after?
That was for all of like my esthetician stuff, so like my lash technician and eyebrow technician stuff.
Oh, which came later.
Yeah.
Okay, we haven't gotten there yet. Got it.
Yeah. But that's about it. I guess like Vancouver was pretty fun to do that stuff for. I didn't really like all of the weather there because it was like when it was raining, it didn't help my lungs at all of how humid it was. So that's one of the things that I hated. It was the rain because it's so much worse there than it is like where I'm currently at. So it was like kind of hard for me to breathe during those times. And I had an inhaler, which I don't actually have to use that much now. So, yes.
So you went from neuro to admin. You're like done with school completely now?
Yes.
Nice, okay. Big congrats.
Thank you.
Alright, before I ask you to give us an overview of like how your life changed after high school up until where you're at today, I do want to ask about the adoption thing. You said your friend's parents were going to adopt you, so did you go through like some sort of rebellious stage or something? Or conflict with your mom and her boyfriend at the time?
Yeah, I didn't know if I wanted to talk about that because it has to do with getting beaten up as a child, and I
Mm-hmm.
thought that was a little. That part of my life is like really hard for me to talk about because I still end up crying even though I had therapy for it.
Yeah,
But like
it's
that was
okay.
a huge part of my life where it's just like I don't talk about it because I know it makes other people uncomfortable sometimes too.
Mm-hmm.
And it makes me uncomfortable because I'm crying in front of the person. I'm bawling my eyes out.
Yeah. No, no worries. We don't have
Um,
to talk about it.
yeah, but it was basically because of it.
Yeah, okay, that part of your life at least.
Yeah,
I see. Is she still with that person?
no.
Okay. That sounds like a good outcome then, at least.
My mom learned a lot from that too because she couldn't say no to him because she was scared.
Mm-hmm.
But my brother took a lot of things for me, and that's kind of why he doesn't live here anymore. Is because he can't forgive my mom, kind of like how I can't forgive my dad.
Yeah. Must have been really
Yeah,
deep. Mm-hmm.
yeah. Like my brother had to go through a lot more than I did. Especially like therapy wise. Like I think that's why he has a lot of anger issues, and that's why I wasn't like angry at him for like punching me in the face because I know he has like these blackout moments where his
Yeah.
brain just like completely shuts off, and that was like one of the times where it did. So
Gotcha. Okay. Alright, so give us an overview of what life was like after high school up until today. You could probably briefly go over relationships because that is like a whole separate topic we'd get into. So go for it.
um yeah, so I was dating that one person right after high school, and then moved in, was in school at the time. Um, graduated. I ended up starting my own like lashing business, and that's like went pretty well because I had a lot of my friends model and promote on Instagram because the Instagram I use for Twitch is completely separate because I keep my lives separate. So I have a different Snapchat compared to like my personal one, and
Mm-hmm.
then a work one for my clients to see um, kind of like the newer styles that I'm doing. Same with Instagram. I have 3 different accounts I go through. Um, but business is pretty good. I work like once or twice a week
Mm-hmm.
because of it. I just do all my clients the same day. Most of them are like nurses, so I just hear all the gossip from them. Then I've been on Twitch for like a really long time. I started like watching in 2014 because I was like super into League of Legends. But I never streamed. I told you like I was scared to stream, but I started streaming like a couple months ago, and then I met like Dolph's community, and then Cozy introduced me into the group that I hang out with a lot, like Vinny and them.
Mm-hmm.
So that's
Like a
where we are
gist?
right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, so talking about work, you mentioned that because of how your family circumstances were, you worked at a young age, 13.
Yes.
So talk about your full-on work experience from the very first one. what you went through and how it led you to the next up until doing your own business.
Um, I started working at like a Dairy Queen, and I'm not complaining because like I got free ice cream, so it wasn't that bad. Especially because like everyone loved my mom,
Yeah.
and because my mom would just come in when I was like working at the end, while I was like cleaning stuff. Because I, for some reason, I find cleaning very therapeutic. But my mom would just talk to like the Filipina girls there, and she'd just talk to them for like hours, sometimes like forever, as it felt like. I'd just be sitting in the car with my ice cream in my hand, just eating.
Yeah.
But I got free ice cream. I started working at like bigger restaurants when I was 16. I became a hostess in a downtown restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I was 18, I started working as a server, got my pro serve, started serving like alcohol. And I worked restaurant jobs for like a while, but it's because like, the tips here, especially if you're working during like hockey season, it's insane. Like tips alone, sometimes I'd get like $1,000.
Jeez.
Yeah, for just like 1 week.
Mm-hmm.
But it was mostly also because I got hired a lot of the times because they didn't have a lot of Asians. And then, you know, like the regulars are like, oh, a new girl. Oh, she's like a different ethnicity compared to the rest of them.
Yeah.
So, yes.
It's like attention grabbing, I guess.
Yeah.
That's
I
nice of you.
didn't really like some of them because oh my god, I have this story. I tell this to like a lot of people, but one time I was working at one of the downtown like restaurants
Mm-hmm.
slash bar, and there was this guy who I just met, and I was just working and being nice, you know, it's my job.
Like a customer, you mean?
Yeah,
Okay.
and oh god, he like invited me all the way to Ottawa for the weekend, and I was like, I don't even know you.
Yeah.
Why are you inviting me? It's my job to be nice to you. I'm not actually being nice to you. I'm doing it for like hours, honey, not for you.
Yeah.
It's pretty bad. And then when I was 16, there was this one guy who waited like 4 hours at the bar to try to
For
like
your
walk
shift.
me home.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and then I had to get driven home by one of the other coworkers because my manager saw that
Mm-hmm.
and he was just like, I'm not comfortable with like, because I lived downtown, so I just walked and it was like a couple blocks. And he was like, I'm not comfortable with this guy like knowing where you live, especially if he's gonna patiently wait 4 hours for your shift to be done.
Uh-huh.
No, no, no. So thank God for managers.
Yeah.
Some of them,
That
some managers
care.
are like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
And then after that, you decided to have your own business?
Once I did like lashing and stuff, my friends kind of just wanted to get their lashes done by me, and I gave them like a friend discount.
Mm-hmm.
But during that time, I was kind of like building a portfolio towards um my business,
Yeah.
and so I worked at a salon for a little bit, but I
Okay.
didn't like the hours they were giving me, so I was just like, you know what, I'm just gonna try to do my own business, see how that goes, and then a lot of my friends had friends that were nurses that wanted to get their lashes done because they don't obviously don't have like time to do it or take care of themselves. So they just came to me instead, and then I built a clientele from there. So it's nice having connections like that.
Mm-hmm. So with your own business, what would you say are like the difficulties of having like starting one?
I'd say if you don't have like per se for the beauty industry, I'd say if you didn't have friends to build a clientele off of, that's probably one of the worst things.
Mm-hmm.
Knowing how to manage social media towards like your products and everything, because the beauty industry is very, very competitive. Well, I was talking to like Linda Vision about being there in Cali and doing this kind of line of work.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really competitive over there where it's just like Caster and I talked about stuff like that, and moving there would not turn out really great for me because then I'd have to find another job. But I kind of love what I do, and it gives me a lot of space financially to be able to do stuff.
Yeah.
So, because I'm saving up to like buy my own house at like my later stages in life, probably
Mm-hmm.
like 20 something, so a couple more years to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So with all of the experiences you've had, it's obvious that you deal with a lot of customers. You've dealt with a lot of people. You've mentioned some of these stories. What other like crazy encounters have you like just dealt with? Or I would say what kind of interesting people have you met?
Most of the girls that I do lashing for are pretty chill. They all just talk about like things that go on with their work with their girlfriends. So like I get all the tea.
Huh?
Sometimes I even tell Caster the tea. And it's just really entertaining. But other than working in a restaurant, I don't think my work currently has much drama or like actually like anything that I can talk about because
Yeah.
none of it portrays to me specifically. But all I have is a bunch of like weird guys hitting on me.
Mm-hmm.
And how I got like catcalled at train stations or that kind of stuff trying to get to work because my school was downtown. There was no need for me to drive. It was like 2 stations away kind of thing. I only drove like if I had to switch locations with another person
Mm-hmm.
or like take up a shift at the really like south location. But yeah, that's about it. I just randomly got catcalled, all that stuff by like
Yeah.
older men, especially because they were all like businessmen. When I was like 16, I kind of looked like I was 18, so I understand.
Yeah, so you had to turn a lot of people down and deal with a lot of personalities.
Drunk personalities, especially.
Yeah, as you said you served alcohol, right?
Yeah.
Were there any like scary moments then, or what? Because I'm sure dealing with drunk people could get a little crazy.
Mm, I guess like someone was kind of touchy one time, and I kept telling them to stop. And then I had to get a manager involved. But he was like grabbing onto my waist and like pulling me closer, and I'm like, bro,
Mm-hmm.
I would drop kick your ass if I had the chance to, but I'm not allowed to, and I'm in heels right now. This isn't fair.
Your go-to moves is the drop kick.
I weigh like nothing, okay? Um, but yes.
Mhm.
That's like the weirdest story is that like someone literally was grabbing onto my waist and like pulling me closer to the group of guys and being like just like saying sexual things, and I was feeling very uncomfortable, and I'm like,
Hmm.
I don't know about this one. Like, I wouldn't date someone or potentially see someone in that way from like work.
Yeah, I see what you
So
mean.
weird.
All right, was there anything else with your work experiences, or was that like a good overview, in your opinion?
No, the most interesting stories from
Hmm.
work
Yeah,
literally come from working as a server.
I bet. Uh-huh.
Yeah. It's mostly just like weird stories about men.
Yeah, realistically.
Yeah.
All right. So, before we move on to the next subjects or topics, do you need a break or anything?
Nope.
Okay, cool. So, social life aspects and interests. You talked earlier, or you mentioned that you aren't that big of a party person, but what partying, clubbing, and raving experience have you had so far? You talked about clubbing a bit.
Okay. I did party a little bit, but it's only because my friends forced me to, so I'd be like DD most of the time.
Yeah.
Especially because like I drink alcohol, but I don't at the same time. So I do it socially, but I won't drink to get tipsy or drunk.
Mm-hmm.
Especially because it doesn't really affect me as much as other people do, especially my friends. Oh my god, they're lightweights. But I don't actually drink often. I don't smoke. I don't do drugs. I am a good girl, I promise.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, but yeah, mostly during high school and stuff, I was DD. Uh, University was like kind of the same. We'd like alternate, but I still didn't drink. I guess it's like, because the first time I did drink, uh, I like blacked out and I didn't like that feeling.
First time?
Yeah, that was like when I was like 16.
What'd you drink? What was the occasion?
It was like at a party. I was getting peer pressured. Um, and we drank Smirnoff
Mm-hmm.
vodka, I think. Yeah. Ugh, that drink makes me want to puke.
Mm-hmm.
Now I force myself to smell alcohol before I take it, so then I know I don't want to, like how you vomit if you smell certain ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, I force myself to smell it before I drink it now.
Oh, jeez.
just so
That's
just so I
tough.
so I don't drink that much, because then I'm like vomiting.
Yeah.
One
Uh,
shot wonders.
so what's your favorite drink and least favorite?
I don't mind vodka if it's mixed with orange juice. I can drink that, but not just like straight up.
Mm-hmm.
One of the weirdest drinks I've ever had was the blowjob. I forget what it is specifically, but my friend ordered it on her birthday, and it looked like cotton candy, and it kind of tasted like cotton candy, but I don't like the name of it.
Huh.
So I'm never ordering that ever again. Um, but I don't know. I don't drink alcohol often, so it's like depending on what my friends want to drink. Usually, I just buy whatever bottle they want. I don't
Yeah.
mind soju. Soju is like okay. Actually, I think if it's soju, I don't mind, especially if it's not like the original one, because those ones are a smaller percentage, right? I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the flavored ones are okay for me.
And drinks that you just absolutely don't like. What are those?
Any bad times with Henny. Very bad times.
Any? Okay. Bad times. Worse than blacking out or what?
I guess it's also just the people that I was drinking with.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god.
So what type of drunk are you?
I just had this conversation with Caster a couple days ago.
Uh-huh.
I am a very emotional drunk. There was this one story of me in high school literally sitting in the middle of the street, 3 a.m., crying my balls out, or my eyes out, and freaking doing. I don't even know what was going on that time. Literally, oh my god. I was just sitting there crying, and I don't even know what for. My friends didn't even know what for either.
Uh-huh.
I don't. That's why I also don't drink. I don't want people to see me cry like that.
The emotional drunk, yeah.
It also doesn't help that my friends and I have a tradition where before like we go to raves and stuff, we listen to Taylor Swift in the car. Like not new Taylor Swift, like old Taylor Swift, like good Taylor Swift.
Huh.
Yeah, helps us get more emotional.
I see. Wildest partying or clubbing or raving experience or story.
I think it was one time I got put on some guy's shoulder at a rave.
Uh-huh.
And then his girlfriend asked if we wanted to have like a foursome. I was like, no. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. I don't roll. Yeah. No, thank you.
Dang.
And I think that same rave, I had someone ask to switch my cat ears. So like this one specifically, because my friend and I were matching, and he
Uh-huh.
wanted this for a cowboy hat. But I don't want a cowboy hat because I already live in like Yeehaw Central of Canada. I don't. Those are easy to get. I can go anywhere and buy one.
Yeah.
But like these are so fluffy, and I'm obsessed with fluffy things. Like my phone case is literally a fluffy case.
Got it. So how would you compare like raves to clubbing?
I've never been to a club just for clubbing. My friend invites me, but I never go. But
Oh,
I do
okay.
go to like the indoor raves at clubs, but never like actual clubbing.
Mm-hmm. I see. And with raving, favorite artist?
It's actually a very good one. I think Steve Aoki. Cause like when I went, it was my friend's first experience coming
Mhm.
with me. Like I forced her to come with me, and I think it's just like the memories that come along with Steve Aoki that like is very nostalgic for me.
Yeah.
Cause she wasn't a huge raver, but I kind of transitioned her into liking raves. So she's coming to EDC with me, and meeting like the Twitch friends and stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, basically like the person beside us got like the cake face thing, you know, like
Mm-hmm.
cake thrown at them, and then it like kind of splashed on us, and we were kind of like laughing, and then when we took the Uber home, we had to like clean ourselves off before because there was cake on our shoulders. But that was pretty fun. Like it was our first time going to a rave, and it was pretty fun.
Would this
So
be your first EDC? Or what? Have you been?
Mhm. I have
Nice.
not been, so it's gonna be my first time.
Exciting. Sounds cool though, with your rave experience, and that is pretty crazy what you encountered.
For someone was like a shocker
Yeah.
moment, and it was kind of just like I just stood there, just staring because I didn't know what to say.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a big no from me. No, thank you.
Alright, let's talk about some of your interests. Give me your personal top 5 anime.
Blood Plus. That one's kind of an old one, but I really like it. Of course, the anime that got me into anime or on high school. Fruits Basket. Um. The Secret Life of Ariete. The fifth one? I forget what it's called, but Caster and I literally just watched it not too long ago. I think it's like Hero Mia. I'm like a huge romance fan, so I'm like a romantic at heart, so
Yeah.
the Hero Mia was pretty cute.
That's anime. Do you have a top 5 shows list?
I don't know if I have top 5, but I really liked Bridgerton. I wasn't gonna watch it until like Gina told me about it.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, oh my god, I'm like binge watching this, and I was like kind of curious to what it was, and I thought it was gonna be really corny, but the first season, so good. Second season, I don't know. Second season was non-comparable to the first. Let's be real here. She made a freaking prince kneel to pick up something for her, and then a duke was also chasing her, or like liked her at the time. So like realistically, girl is winning. Second season, kind of boring, and Caster was literally there while I was raging at the screen.
Huh.
At the second season because I was so pissed off at the characters. I was just like actually like yelling at my screen.
Wow. The passion from watching.
I get so tied up in things. Another show. Okay, I only like The Walking Dead up to like the 6th season. But up until the 6th season, yes, I really like The Walking Dead, especially because I played all the games.
Uh-huh.
And I guess The Witcher also would count, but it's also because of the games and the books.
Yeah.
Yes. I think those are like the
3.
three.
And how about movies?
Oh my god.
From the top of your head.
I think like everyone in Cozy's Discord that comes and like watches movies with us knows that I love horror movies.
Mm-hmm.
So just
What's considered a
I guess
good
if I
horror
had-
movie?
Okay, like I'm kind of a film nerd, so like the old The Thing, ones that I liked. It's kind of hard because like a lot of the newer ones suck. I just like any kind of horror except for like something like Veronica. Veronica was so disappointing. And I watch like when I watch horror movies, it's hard for me to not know any of them. So like all the ones on Canadian Netflix I've already watched. It's pretty bad.
Okay.
Because now like Caster and I don't really have anything to watch if we want to watch horror stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I've watched them all.
All right. So back to the top 5 then. Just general movies, not horror.
I guess the Old Guard I could count as one of my favorite ones.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really like action movies, so it's a big thing for me to have an action movie on my top 5.
Yeah.
But the Old
see.
Guard is just so good. And I'm still waiting for the second one to come out. But I don't think I like that many movies.
Mm-hmm. That's okay.
Interstellar is like, it took me at least, I had to watch it twice because I fell asleep the first time, but I was like really tired. But the second time I was like, this is actually pretty good.
Like locked in and understanding it. Okay.
Yeah, that's it for my list.
All good. No worries, no worries. Alright, I asked you about EDM artists, but how about like your general favorite artist and song currently?
Oh god. Stay Lost, I'd say, by like the Kabu remix. That's probably like my favorite song as of now.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like a more chill EDM song. Really, really good. But if I had to say more lyrical, I would choose True by Lloyd.
True by Lloyd?
I think it's just because I relate to a lot of the lyrics.
Mm-hmm.
And it's technically like old school, like throwback. So I really love throwbacks. A lot of people in my stream would know that because I always jam out. I literally kept Boshi up for like 6 more hours just listening to my throwback playlist because he couldn't go to sleep because it was just too good and nostalgic. So that was really funny.
And other interests. So this is the part where I want you to talk about like the VR scene.
Oh.
Yeah, first off, describe what it is and then talk about your overall experience, how you started like making all these connections. And yeah, just meeting people.
Funny story is my friends, well now he's like a Valorant streamer and he's like really famous on TikTok. But iPhase and I were like really close before he started playing Valorant.
Mm-hmm.
And basically Isaac and I, he was streaming Dead by Daylight one day and he was just like, I don't want to play this anymore, and he was like raging. And then someone in chat told us to go in VR chat, so we downloaded it on Steam. And that's how my addiction started, because I actually met, the day that we did that, we were just going around trolling, right? But then we like met this group of people that were like really chill and we ended up hanging out with a lot after. But one of them actually lived in my city. Because he's like, oh, where are you from? And I was like, Canada. And he's like, oh, sick, me too. And he's like, very specifically. And I was like, Alberta. And he's like, me too. And then we narrowed it down that we lived in the same city. And then he and I started dating like a couple months after. And that's how I got into VR, because he had VR. So then it was like something we could do together. So then I bought like a VR headset, full body tracking, all that stuff, and Um, yeah, but that's like how I kind of got into it. It's because we went from trolling, like me telling, he used like a voice changer, my friend Isai, um, and he was pretending to be a girl. That's how we were trolling people. And because I have a girl voice, we were just being like, "Oh, sorry about her. She has like a dollar store mic. She can't afford to get like a new one. So sorry about like if she sounds a little bit robotic. It's just because her mic sucks."
Uh-huh. Nice.
Yeah, and they believed it because I am a female. So,
Yeah.
God, my wife.
So that's how you got into this scene. But like, how did you get into like specifically VR dancing?
I think I had full body, and I got introduced to the club part of VR chat from just like someone that I met through the group, and then we started going to those kind of events.
Mm-hmm.
And at first, I started as a host, so I'd introduce the DJs, talk about like bigger events plans. I'd have to go around checking avatars to make sure that they had like a certain amount of um I forget what they're called now, but like they're not allowed to have like dynamic bones in their avatars so that their quality of an avatar with certain things would go from like optimized to very poor. I had to
Mhm.
make sure that they were like green or yellow instead of like red. Um, but then they started introducing dancing into the mix.
Yeah.
And at first, like I felt kind of uncomfortable with it because I was still getting new to like the full body experience. But yeah, and then it tied into that relationship that I told you about. I only started dancing after I lost all my confidence with that one.
Mm-hmm.
So then it kind of like pushed me to just try new things, I guess. Because I got into like the party life after, right? So then I did dancing as well. And I found it like really empowering.
Mm-hmm.
And I felt like really good about myself during that time. So it helped me regain all of the confidence that I lost. the Oh my god, I can't. I can't with Katie.
Okay, wait, so to be clear, VR dancing, like, so what was like your daily schedule like when you got into that? Like, what did it look like?
um, I did mostly. There were the NA events and EU events. I'd
Mm-hmm.
actually go to the EU events instead because it's like cross platform, like it doesn't matter. Your ping is gonna be kind of the same anyways.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, it was pretty nice because I'd wake up and then just go about my day, do stuff until like 2 p.m. Then I'd like make sure everything was charged, and then I'd kind of just slowly put everything on,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'd just go and dance at the clubs. Fun, fun thing.
Got it. Yeah. That's when you made those major connections. You mentioned like the DJs.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think Kira, I have a couple pictures of some of the like work that I did.
Like to promote.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. That's perfect
These
because
are
while we're on that topic, how did you get into graphic designing, and what do you specifically like to do?
um I did a lot of things relating to posters for these events specifically, and the DJ's Twitch banners and everything. That's kind of, I'm fully self-taught,
Hmm.
so I kind of just wanted to learn and play around with things because I used to like just doodle a lot,
Yeah.
and I have kind of, I told you, like I have a very imaginative mind where it just kind of, I see a vision in my head and it's easy for me to put that.
Yeah.
Um, but basically, everything that I did with DJs helped me perfect my Photoshop skills relating to that kind of stuff.
Hmm.
So, kind of helps me with Twitch because I can work on my own things without having to rely on someone else. I used to do emotes too, but then I kind of stopped because commissions were so demanding and there's
Oh.
like way too many people asking me, so I took a really, really long break.
Yeah. Wow. Do you mind screen sharing it? I think that'd be better for us to see because these are pretty sick.
Oh god, they're gonna have to like see my backgrounds. That's so embarrassing.
Yeah.
Let me just open all of these real quick.
Yeah, yeah, no worries, no worries. So this was like everything you thought of in your head and you started it all from scratch, right?
Mhm.
Sheesh.
I also did Coaster and I's backgrounds recently too, like for Twitter and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Oops.
Actually goes insane, like the details.
Yeah, some of the VR pictures, I actually went into VR and took pictures, and then of like them actually like performing and stuff.
Uh-huh.
And then it, I took that into Photoshop and created those as well.
Like the neon colors, you know?
Yeah, they had to stand out
Huge appeal.
somehow.
Yeah.
I can't even find. Where's the? I don't even know where I saved Coaster and I's Twitch stuff. Where is it?
Mm-hmm.
Is it here? I have to open it on Google. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
you could do that. Google and
Yeah.
then I'll just pull it up.
I have to find coasters first. Sorry, I call him Coaster, not Caster. uh,
There you go. Oh
this
my
like the thing
gosh.
for casters.
Yeah,
Uh,
that is
like,
awesome.
and then mine's kind of matching as well.
You did all of these from scratch? What the?
And then this one's one of the DJs that I still talk to a lot. Um, he was the first one that I went into VR for to take pictures of and then take it into Photoshop after.
Yeah.
But this was during like one of his live sets. So there was like a lot of other people and you can see like the backgrounds
Mm-hmm.
of his Twitch streaming. Cause they have like the virtual DJs basically have their mixer and then like their actual like Twitch links in the back. So it's like actually being at a club. which is like really fun. But he wanted something very like simplistic, and he wanted his avatar to kind of like stand out. So I thought like the black and white background was really nice.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god, my background. This is one of the posters for one of the like clubs that I helped manage, and was like their main dancer. I was their lead dancer actually. So I
Yeah.
hosted a lot of like dance practices and everything like that.
Lit VR chat.
Hmm. That's a group that's like they host a lot of events actually. I think they still do. I don't really go on VR that much anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But they host like really big events. A couple of like the famous VTubers and everything come to the events as well. So it was like nice meeting a couple of them. I think my favorite was like Murder Crumpet. She was really fun to meet, and she was just super surprised about everything going on.
Yeah.
But she's like a huge streamer, and I didn't know that because I don't really watch VTubers, but it was interesting.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, basically I just do like a bunch of stuff. This is actually one of the dancing ones. So
Whoa.
he's a dancer, and then basically he wanted like something kind of like Japanese themes. And it took me a while to learn how to do this with his name,
Mm-hmm.
but I thought I executed it pretty well. And I think like after I did this poster, so many of the clubs actually hired me to be like the dance photographer and do the dancers posters so they could put up on the walls of the clubs. So I had like a lot of fun experimenting with like my talent with
Mm-hmm.
graphics designing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, this is one of the dancing ones. I think this one by far was one of my favorite ones to do because just watching like I as much as I love dancing, I love watching other people dance as well. So just going and watching them and taking pictures
Mm-hmm.
was pretty nice too because I got like an idea of what that club was like before I decided I wanted to do graphics designing for them. But I just did like a bunch of
Ah, the colors.
yeah, I know. And this one was like my Discord banner for like a really long time when I was super into VR. And those were like my main avatars.
Dang, 3 different ones.
Yes. This one's mostly for dancing. This one had like a special lens attached to it. So I bought the lens off another site, and basically it did all of the stuff where it like blurs out the background, kind of like how a normal camera would if you bought it in real life,
Mm-hmm.
but for like VR. And
Dang.
then this one was just like a chill avatar.
The whole VR world.
Yeah, the metaverse is kind of interesting actually. Like surprisingly enough, I didn't think I'd ever do anything relating to that.
Yeah.
But then I kind of got into VR chat, so
Mm-hmm.
oops, I closed.
That was a part of your life.
Yes. I think it was like at first I thought it was kind of embarrassing to talk about that stuff. But then I think a lot of people ended up like supporting that, especially like when I talk about it on Twitch, they're like, "Oh, that's so cool. Elaborate."
Mm-hmm.
So it was really interesting to find other people's opinions on the fact that it's newer to them, and they're just like, oh, there's raves in VR.
Yeah, so commissions, huh? I need to open them again or what?
I actually I'm doing some for Gina, so like plushie Gina,
Yeah.
and then we'll see from there.
Nice. All right. So, do you need a break before we get into the deep conversations and topics?
No, I think I'm gonna power through everything.
Yeah? Okay, okay. Let me close the window real quick. It's kind of cold. All right. So, you could be in as like in depth as you'd like with these topics at your own level of comfort. So we're gonna talk about relationships. Talk about kind of like how I asked you about the work stuff. Talk about how you got into the first one, what you went through, how it ended, and then just transitioning up into where you're at today.
God, poster, don't listen. Don't listen. We don't talk about exes, but I have to.
All right, make sure he's not listening.
No, he is listening.
I'm pretty sure I see him listening on the stream. Okay.
The first one I ever got into was kind of awkward. Basically, I think it was like what, junior high, grade 9-ish,
Mm-hmm.
and I went on a date with this one person, and we went to the zoo. It's a pretty okay date. And then had our first awkward kiss, just like a peck, and
Yeah.
then just left it at that. And then that didn't really work out because like junior high relationships
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't even like really count that as a relationship. I think high school is where I met my first like official love, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
He was a international student.
Oh, okay.
And he was British and Vietnamese mixed. So, all the girls were like, because of British accent.
Okay.
But then I think we only dated for like a year and a half, which is pretty long for a high school relationship.
Mm-hmm.
But that was like close to my senior year. And then right after high school, I ended up dating this one person who was like much older than me.
Yeah, how'd you meet?
I was super into cards.
Okay.
I was one of those girls. And I had an Evo at the time. Not like the final editions, because the wide bodies are like very disgusting to me. That's kind of why I hate like Mustangs and stuff. I like the sound of them, but just not my kind of car.
Yeah.
I really like JDMs, so but I had an Evo at the time, and then he had one as well, and then we kind of got along because of that. But I didn't learn his age till like a little after.
Mm-hmm.
And then I guess like it wasn't really like anything bad for me because I already knew him previous to knowing his age, and
Yeah.
my maturity was much more higher than average people my age at the time.
Mm-hmm.
I can't say now because I think I'm a little childish. I think that really shows sometimes. But at that time, it was like where I kind of moved out with him and everything, so I worked quite a bit. We ended up moving closer to my school, so that was really nice as well. But that was my toxic relationship, the one where like I had a scar for like years that was like from my hip all the way up to here. And he was jealous of like the slightest things.
Mhm.
And I thought I reassured him enough, but I guess not, because I like post about him everywhere. Kind of just boasted about the relationship quite a bit.
Mhm.
And it apparently wasn't enough for him, because me being on Discord calls with just guy friends playing games, he'd just like rage if I like message them. He'd like check my phone
Oh,
a lot as
jeez.
well, like really big trust issues kind
Mhm.
of thing. And one time it got like really bad, so where we just got in like a physical fight.
Was that like the first time
And
too?
no, we had like a lot of fights.
You're talking about
But
physical?
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
like throwing stuff at each other kind of thing.
Yeah.
Pretty bad. And then I don't talk about this a lot with other people because I don't want to get judged for the things that I did, but I was young, so I can't really say anything. But I think that's like the first time in my life where I just felt like so lost that I didn't know what to do with myself. So I actually started cutting myself
Mhm.
on the wrists and stuff, because I was so used to the emotional pain where physical pain just was like nothing to me, right?
Yeah, like so numb to it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think one time I actually got called out on it when I was working at one of my serving jobs, where I was giving them their food and I had to like kind of stretch out across the table, and my sleeve kind of came up a little bit. So obviously like they saw it, and I heard them like talking about it when I left. So that kind of made me very uncomfortable, where I actually quit that job and found a new job after. But that kind of like also taught me after that relationship to like respect my body a little bit more, and it's not like always my fault. But I think actually those scars are still kind of here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're like slightly fading away, but they're still like kind of visible. If you like really look at my wrists, you can kind of still see them, which sucks. And it sucks that like that was years ago and I still have them. So that's kind of why most of the times I actually wear a lot of like long sleeve stuff on stream, and when I go out is because I don't want like people to see that. So it's like a self-conscious thing to me. But I think that relationship was like very well needed, because I learned a lot from that one, especially like with my second relationship.
Yeah.
Where I actually like said no a lot more often compared to like when I was with him. I just said yes to everything. Whenever he wanted something, I'd give it to him. But in my second relationship, after I was 18, it was I actually learned how to say no and stand my ground kind of thing. But that relationship was kind of toxic as well, sadly. It was both parties this time because I know I did things in the wrong as well because I started arguments and it was with that VR person that I told you about, like that got me into VR because we knew each
Oh,
other in real life.
so you're like transitioning. So from the previous car guy, it's like now the VR one.
Yeah,
Oh wait, just to be clear,
and
how did you completely like break it off with the previous one?
we just talked about it.
Mm-hmm.
Like we had a fight and then it was like really late at night and we were both like emotionally tired from the fight.
Yeah.
And then we just talked about it and we're just like, this can't continue. Both of us hate it. Like, is this even love anymore kind of thing?
Yeah, while you were
And
living together.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
so then I just kind of moved out the next day. I got like everything and just left.
See. Okay. And then that's when you transitioned like a little bit later. That's when you got into the VR stuff.
Yeah, I was like single for a while, like a decent amount of time. And then I met the VR person. And as much as I say I regret it, it also taught me a lot of things that helped me with like my current relationship.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it like, especially the patience. The patience is what like helps me the most with this current relationship. Cause I think without the VR relationship, I'd probably not be able to talk to Caster in a mature way. Like just pause everything and actually talk to one another. But basically I found out he was I we took a break after like a year of dating. And it wasn't even a long break, right? It was like 4 days. And I was updating him every morning about what I was doing and
Yeah.
what my plan was for the day because we obviously like weren't like talking, but I still
Yeah.
felt like need.
Kept in touch.
Yeah. Because we didn't agree to any terms that we weren't gonna talk. But I just wanted him to kind of be like reassured that I wasn't doing anything bad or anything. And the fourth day, he was just like, I miss you, kind of thing. And at that time, I was just like, oh, he misses me. Like, I haven't heard from him in like 4 days. So I ended up going there and we watched a movie. And like right after we did things, he went to the washroom. And I was just like trying to pick the next thing we were going to watch on Netflix, right? And then his Discord, like the screen with his second monitor with Discord was like completely turned off. And usually he doesn't do that. I wasn't like skeptical of anything at first, but then I heard like the Discord message pop up,
Notice,
just
yeah.
like going crazy, and I was like, "Who's messaging you at this time?" Because like I'm a degen, right? So like it was like I don't know 2 in the morning, something like that. And then it was from like this girl from Germany that was in our group before,
Mm.
and he was saying stuff like, "Oh, I like hanging out with you, and I just want to be in call with you and stuff." And then they had like really long calls where it was like 10 hours a day.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was like some girl that he knew off VR when he had an in real life girlfriend. And it just hurt me a lot more because I knew it wasn't, he didn't even really know what she looked like. It was just her VR avatar. And I think that one took me the longest to get over because I kept blaming myself for things I didn't even do. kind of like, oh, he cheated on me for this reason or this reason. No, he just got bored because it's actually kind of funny. Recently, I ended up talking to a couple people in the group that we were in, and he still hasn't changed. He's literally still doing the same exact things to other girls. So it's kind of ironic that I'm happier now and he isn't, because he hasn't changed in the slightest bit. But I was talking to one of the girls, and she was telling me how I deserved so much better, and she didn't even know why I was with him because I was like way out of his league kind of thing. But I guess you don't really choose who you fall in love with. And I think I had a really bad perception of them being good people. Or I was kind of like tricked by myself that they were good people because I saw the good in them.
Mm-hmm.
But all I ever had was like toxic relationships. But with the person that I'm with now, I think thanks to those relationships, I know what not to do. And we actually like sit down and talk about things when we argue instead of just like leaving them for the next day. And I'm very open about my feelings compared to how I was before, thanks to this. And we don't have like that many arguments, which is like nice because I don't feel the need to always be like upset about something with Caster. Just because he's like very mature, and I think that's like a huge difference in the people that I've dated, is that Caster is like very mature, so it's easier to talk about things with him and actually like get down to the roots of our problems compared to just like my previous relationships where they made it feel like I was the one at fault instead of both of us just coming together and just saying why both of us were at fault and why we didn't understand each other.
Yeah. Okay, so before you continue about the current, right?
Yeah.
The previous one was the VR one, right?
Yes, and then he cheated on me twice.
Yes, that's what I was gonna ask you about. Because the first time was like when you found out through Discord, right?
Yes.
And I'm assuming you brought it up to him. How did that, like, what was the conversation like, and what led up to the second time?
The first time, I kind of didn't talk about it openly, and that's kind of how what I was talking about with Caster is that like I learned from that experience.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't talk about it openly with my ex, so he knew there was something wrong, because obviously when I'm upset I don't talk, or it's very obvious because I'm such an emotional person where I just kind of wear my my
Heart on your sleeve?
my heart on my sleeve, yeah. And he was like, "Oh, what's wrong?" And then I just like started bawling my eyes out, and I couldn't talk for like a while. And then eventually I was like, "Is there someone else?" And he just got super defensive real quick and was like, "Why would you even think those stuff? Like, do you really think I'm cheating on you?" kind of thing. And I've never seen him in that state before. So
Yeah.
it was like a clear sign to me that, yeah, he was hiding something.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it just like angered me even more that he was like lying straight to my face. And we just argued for like hours and hours. And I think like the next day we ended up just being like, "Oh, we can't do this anymore." and I was like super depressed for like months after
Yeah.
because I kept blaming myself for things. And
Mm-hmm.
then we actually started talking to each other again because I got into like the VR dancing thing, right?
This is like
um,
weeks, months later, or
yeah, this is like months later
okay.
where I got into the VR dancing stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and he still was into like the VR clubbing scene, and we kind of just like ran into each other at one of the things. And then basically we ended up talking about it like mature adults. And at the time, I confused my feelings for like nostalgic thoughts and what I used to feel. And I thought I
Yeah.
was feeling it now and I still loved him.
Ooh, you blindsided yourself.
Yeah, so then he said sorry and didn't mean it, and I
Mm-hmm.
ended up getting back with him for him to do the exact same thing. And then it hurt less the second time, actually.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how I knew I didn't love him, because it didn't hurt as much as the first time. I was like, that was a huge confirmation for me that it wasn't meant to be, and that I wasn't actually in love with that person. I was in love with the thoughts and the memories rather than the person himself.
Mm-hmm.
So I actually healed so much faster from that second breakup. As much as I hate to say that, it's like it didn't really actually pain me in any other way other than just like, oh, I'm stupid for doing this again. But like, what can I do? And it's a lesson learned, right? Don't go back to someone who hurt you the first time. So
Yeah. Okay, and then you talked about the current one. We know who it is. He's watching right now too. So I could utilize this to ask specific questions.
oh
All right.
god.
So, how did you meet Castor? And how did you realize like you had feelings for him, or how did it start?
Oh god, the talking to the caster the first time. Um, I met him through Dolph actually, because I played games with Dolph, so I played like League at like really off hours with Dolph, and then I ended up learning Valorant to play with Dolph in his community.
Yep.
And Caster, I don't know why he started playing with me, but like I think one time on Dolph's stream, he opened up my Instagram and everyone was like, "Oh my god, she's so pretty." And I think Caster was like, "Oh, she's actually really cute," and kind of thing. So then we started playing games together, like Valorant and stuff. It's so embarrassing because I know he's listening. But um oh god. Um we had like this whole joke about, oh, that's my duo kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Even though like he's immortal and I started off like not even knowing how to like sage wall. I had to be told to heal someone. Um but yeah, we had like that whole like that's my duo kind of thing, and
Yeah.
um we ended up hanging out one on one more often,
Mm-hmm.
off stream, because I didn't stream at the time. He didn't stream at the time, and we hung out when Dolph wasn't streaming. So then we got like much closer, and we were very open about a lot of things. We talked about ourselves quite a bit. Um, I got very comfortable with telling Caster things, and then I think like a couple months after, when we were still in the talking phase, we actually like broke things off before we continued again.
Mm-hmm.
But that's mainly my fault. I will agree. We stopped talking because of me. Um, I got really mad at him for something, and then it was a lot of miscommunication. Because I told him that I liked him, and then he told me that he likes me, and we kind of just didn't communicate with each other enough the first time that things went really wrong. And we took months away from each other, and actually it's funny because thanks to Cozy, Castor and I actually started dating. I know that's weird to say, but if it wasn't for Lost Ark too, Cozy and his Lost Ark, because Cozy invited me to play Lost Ark, and I noticed Castor was in there, and I know he still like dislikes me a lot. But I was hanging out in VCs more often, and the awkward thing is, everyone left the VC except for Guvu, Castor, and I. So we were forced to actually like talk to each other because Guvu, I don't know where that man went, but he was like passed out or something. So Castor and I were just like very awkwardly talking.
Mm-hmm.
And then like suddenly he slowly start opening up to me again, where he was just coming and helping me out in Lost Ark because I was like so far behind. And he'd like help me with dailies and stuff like that, which I thought was like super sweet because I knew he still like disliked me, and he told me like just a while ago because we were talking about it that he disliked me for the things that I did, but he didn't dislike me as a person, and that he doesn't think that he like ever really could unless I did a really bad thing to him. But we ended up talking more and more from there, and we talked about how we like missed each other's company and how it felt like so weird not being together. So then we started like calling a lot more often, and that led up to us actually dating. So
Yeah.
it's pretty nice. I think we weren't um we weren't like fully talking about our relationship for like a while. People actually like figured it out after we were already kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
But we kept it pretty private for like a really long time because we just wanted no drama and it just to be between us. But then we saw like how happy Ray and Katie were being like super open about their relationship, and that's kind of what I wanted, to not have to like hide everything all the time. But I kind of understood why Castor wanted that, like no drama kind of thing. And now like all of our friends know, so we don't have to like be so shy around them, and it's nice because Castor says like the corniest but cutest things ever. Like it's corny enough to where I'm just staring at my screen and I'm just like, why? But then it makes me laugh anyways.
Yeah.
So yes, that's kind of how I met Castor and how things ended up being the way they were.
Mm-hmm. The background story. Nice. Thank you for that. Okay, so I guess I'll ask you specific questions as well. Um, Wait, so would this be considered like your first long distance?
I don't know if you'd count like me talking to other people online as, but I guess like an actual relationship, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, what are the challenges of long distance in your opinion so far? And how do you
Um,
make it how do you continue, make it work?
Aster and I talk a lot every day. Um, we also know when we need space, especially like during arguments. I think like that's the important thing. But we don't stay angry at each other when we argue. We take space away from each other for like maybe an hour or something, and then we come back to the conversation. But I think the hardest thing about being in a long distance relationship is the distance and like not being able to hold the person, especially if you're a physical touch person.
Hmm.
But I think that's why I told you about patience, is because I was supposed to meet Caster this month, but my mom has like a bunch of things she needs me for. So we're actually meeting at EDC, and then I am going home with him, I guess. That's how I would word it. I don't know how else to word it. I'm going with back to Cali with him after.
Yeah.
um, but I think the biggest thing for us is communication, but we have that, so it's not really. The only thing is like the distance that sucks for us, because we take our time during arguments to actually like talk about things. Our last one, we it was like, I think that argument was like 24 hours actually. That one was really long, but it's because we have the patience to actually talk through things.
Hmm.
So our argument lasted really, really long, but in the end, we ended up covering everything. Like why I was at fault, why I didn't understand him, how I can understand him better, and then vice versa. So it's nice being with someone who actually puts in effort to fix things with me instead of it being one-sided.
Yeah.
But yeah, just the distance, because we're very honest, we're very openly communicative. I think that's like most of the things that you need in a long distance relationship is like trust, honesty, and communication.
Trust, honesty, and communication.
Yes.
Okay, so you talked about how you guys reunited and everything, right? What was like the thought process of kind of like, in a way, thinking about it, dating within the friend group? Like, what were the feelings all around? Like, I'm sure you probably thought about, like, oh, what would these guys think in the group, right? All sorts of conversations that could come up.
I think it was more during, because everyone in Dolph's group knew Caster and I had a thing. I think it was very obvious.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and then the second time around, we were more secretive about it in the beginning because we didn't want anyone just like, I don't know, like looking into our relationships, checking up on us and stuff. Like we were fine just the way we were.
Yeah.
But then we realized like they don't really care. Why are we putting up a front if our friends are like super supportive? Like Vinny, oh my god, I just time him out because he jokes about like doing things with Caster, but like I don't actually care. It's just like a joke between him and I. And Smokes goes on dates with Caster. Roger jokes about going on dates with Caster.
Mm-hmm.
The guys, and then Katie is the same way with me. We went on a date in real life. Carrie wants to go on a date with me. But yeah, like in the end, they all know that like Castor and I are really happy together, so it doesn't really matter because it's all just jokes, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're
Gotcha.
all like really happy for us. I know that.
It's nice. All right. I mean, based on all your experiences, what would you say is your ideal type? Like, to put it in words.
I think it varies. None of them are really the same except for like maybe humor.
Humor.
I
Okay.
think humor is a huge thing for me, especially like being able to joke with that person. Because I like roasting people. So if you can't take my roast, then it's not gonna work out. It's not gonna work out. I roast Castor all the time. Castor doesn't really roast me back. He's too nice. Um, but
Hey, what's the biggest roast? Like, what do you say?
I don't know. It just like happens naturally
Oh,
at this
okay.
time, or like he's too nice to roast me though. So it's mostly just me roasting him and him just
He's just taking it.
because he knows I'm joking. So
Yeah, yeah.
um, but I think the one thing that attracted me the most about Castor is his humor for sure. I think that's like the thing that kind of first attracted me to him
Mm-hmm.
is that like he's really funny. And I didn't the funny thing is I didn't even know what Castor looked like before I actually liked him. I didn't know what he looked like at all. I just solely liked him for personality. Cause
Mm-hmm.
he followed me on Instagram, but I don't check people's Instagrams. I don't like actually go in
Yeah.
and check their pictures. I just follow them back. So I didn't know what Castor looked like. And then so I'm proud to say that I liked Castor for who he is. So like from the beginning, because I didn't even know what he looked like. So it's nice being able to just like someone because you like their personality. I
Mm-hmm.
love I love his humor. He's really um really like outgoing, which thank God because I'm like introverted as hell. Um, so when we're in groups, it's actually really nice because he talks a lot, and sometimes he knows that I'm too shy, so he'll like talk more to that person, so I don't have to. Making up for my awkwardness. Let's go. um, but I don't know. Everything about Castor makes me smile.
Mm-hmm.
Especially like just when we're arguing and stuff. He knows like how to make me smile right after and how to make me feel like reassured that everything's like okay. So I love his maturity.
All right. Thank you for that. Let's let's talk about advice you would give to others dealing with relationships. Like, I guess the best general advice.
Hmm. The best advice I give. That's a very good question. There's so many things I want, but like if I had to give one,
Mm-hmm.
I'd say knowing how to openly communicate things with someone in a non-toxic way. So don't blame someone for something. Look as it as it look at it as a team because a relationship takes two people. I think the best thing to do in an argument is not blame anyone. It's just you both realize where you both are at wrong in the situation, but don't ever point fingers. Because I don't think that ever helps. That never helps with situations. Like pointing fingers at someone is just gonna make them angry and can lead to a heat of the moment argument, right? But being able to nitpick at certain parts of the argument and notice things about each other and talk through it and what you don't like about that helps a lot, especially like Caster and I. Oh my god, that 24-hour argument was a lot of like nitpicking at things and explaining in full detail to why we didn't like that or why that wasn't working out. And it was actually a really big eye-opener for the both of us, because we learned a lot of things about each other and we never blamed each other for anything. So we talked about it really healthily.
It's great to hear about the communication. Ending the discussion about relationships. Since you've been in like toxic ones and had a few beforehand, what would you say are like the biggest red flags for you now? Or ones that you've come across?
Biggest red flags for me: when someone gets super defensive. Like, I get feeling attacked, but I think that if you can be kind of relating to your significant other and seeing where they're coming from and like validating their feelings instead of like getting all defensive and feeling attacked, noticing your mistakes is like the best thing to do. Because I think when Cass and I broke up the first time, it was mostly because we didn't understand each other, and we both got super defensive because we both felt attacked, and it didn't help our situation at all. But now we don't ever point fingers at each other. We just talk like adults. I think having that quality, it just opens up being able to communicate with each other much better.
Red flags. That's deep.
My one friend actually told me something that sticks with me and then I tell other people, is that if you're in a relationship, you're kind of looking at the flag like this way, right? Because you're in the relationship. You're seeing it from one perspective and you can't like see the red flag if you're looking at it this way. But if you're outside of a relationship, you actually see it at different angles and you can see the red flag itself.
Yeah.
And that's why other people or like friends can see said red flags, is because they're looking at it from different angles. But I do kind of see how people could get blindsided or just like not be able to understand the red flags or see any of them
while they're in it.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, that's deep, especially when you get out of it and reflect.
Yeah, because then you're seeing it at a different angle and you can actually see it, right?
Okay, so on the flip side, another deep topic in regards to mental health. How would you say you're doing right now?
Say pretty good. I think this is like one of the highest I've ever been in my life. Which I'm still kind of young, like I'm only 21, so
Mhm.
it's really good for me to say that because I haven't like even hit my mid stage or anything like that, right? I'm not like
Yeah.
at that point of like buying a house just yet or settling down
Mhm.
just yet. Like I would if I had to, but
That's good to hear, though.
yeah, like I've been at difficult times my entire life. Like, but I don't ever disregard someone else's um like problems. I don't see mine as one of the worst
Mhm.
like things that could happen because honestly, we're in a first world country. My problems aren't the same as someone else's, right? Because I won't lie, I am kind of privileged. My mom loves me a lot, so I'm kind of spoiled now. So
Mhm.
when I was gonna meet with Castor this month, my mom was like, "Oh my God, do you need money to take him on dates?" And I was like, "No, mom, I'm okay."
Wow. MVP mom.
MVP mom, she's gonna pay for your dates. But
That's
yeah,
good about the mental, though.
yeah, I think Castor actually helps with my mentality a lot. Like
Mhm.
he makes me like sit back and realize things.
Yeah.
And that's like why I really like being with him is because I see not only the best in him, but I see the best in myself as well.
Yeah.
And he helps push me to want to be a better me, especially because we've talked about like really serious topics with each other
Mhm.
um, regarding our relationship. So that also makes me have motivation to be my best.
Gotcha. On the flip side, when you felt like you were at your really low points in life, like you've talked about some of them, right?
Yes.
How did you pull yourself out? And with that being said, what advice would you give to other people to try to help them face their difficulties?
I think it was realizing that I'm only really going to be here for myself. Like, sure, there's other people, but in the end, they only help to a certain extent, right? Like, a lot of it's just like a bunch of willpower and mentality to where you get out of bed in the morning to actually like physically do things and keep your mind distracted. If you lay in bed all day depressed, it's not going to change. It's not going to change. So I stopped, at that time, I stopped using my phone in bed and I charged it away from my bed to like physically get up in the morning to go to my bed or like to go to my phone, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so it would give me a reason to get out of bed. And then when I got out of bed, I didn't want to stay in bed. I wanted to like do something or get breakfast. That was the first step. That first step was like a milestone, right? Being able to physically and mentally prepare myself. I don't think I could ever also really relate to a lot of people's problems.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't say that I know how to help or that I know what to say to them
That's fair.
or because everyone's different. I can relate to certain things, but I don't know how they're feeling and I can't speak for them, right?
Everyone goes through something differently. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like I was trying to help one of my viewers who was going through the same thing with their mom, or kind of the same thing with their mom. And it's hard, but all I can say is like, I'm here if you need me to vent, and you can just openly talk about anything, and I'll just be here. But I can't guarantee any kind of actual comfort. Like, I can listen, and that's some comfort, but the rest lies within you and what you decide to do with venting out to me.
Mm-hmm.
Because in the end, it's how you pick yourself up from there. But I'm glad that he had at least someone to talk to, and I guess because like we don't know each other in real life, it's easier for him to kind of just openly vent about something to someone who's technically still a stranger, even though he kind of knows about me, right? I don't know much about him, so it's kind of like a way for him to freely speak, and I kind of like offer that and to people that come to me, but I never really say anything other than like give it time. That's the only thing I really say, because naturally time does really heal everything. At one point in my life I was like, oh, I'm never gonna heal from this, I'm never gonna be happy again.
Yeah.
But I still had some hopes.
Mm-hmm.
And that little sliver of hope was all that I needed.
Well said. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And something else that is significant impact in many lives. Talk about how COVID has impacted your life personally.
I think at first, it wasn't that bad for me because I wasn't like a super social person anyways.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of affected my work a little bit because I didn't see a lot of my clients. I'm kind of also a germaphobe, so I never touch doors anymore. When I go out, I actually don't touch doors. That's the only, that's one of the only things I can really say. My job was not like super struggling because like I still had some clients come to me, but like I just had to sanitize really, really well.
Mm-hmm.
But nothing like too bad. I guess it kind of made me a little more social actually, being on Twitch more often and having to talk to people on Discord. So that kind of helps me a little bit with being like super introverted. I think it's made me a little bit more like outgoing
Mm-hmm.
and able to speak to people. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here.
True. Okay. Good example. All right. Switching gears right here to more lighter topics. Talk about some of the traveling and adventures you've been on, and then where would you like to go?
I've only been to the US a couple times. I went to Washington to meet like a Twitch friend, and then I did a lot of traveling in Canada, like Vancouver and stuff for other friends. A place that I'd want to go, I think Korea, but I'm going there with my friend in like a year, so I already have plans for that because she's becoming a teacher there, and I'm gonna be there for like a couple months for her first few months.
Mm-hmm.
and she already knows Korean, so I don't have to learn it. Thank God. Because she's gonna do all the talking.
Yeah,
for
yeah,
us.
you're gonna get by.
Yeah. But I'm already going to Vegas, and then I'm also going to Cali.
Yes.
But I think Caster and I talked about Japan. He's like super into Japanese culture, so.
Mm-hmm. All right. As of now, what are your current goals and aspirations in life?
The next goal in life that I want is to buy a house. But I am currently seeing where things go with Caster
Mm-hmm.
before
Okay.
I decide anything. Because I have a couple years, right?
Yeah.
I'm only 21. It's like a 7-year difference, though. So, like, I don't know if he's like wanting to settle down. But we'll see where things go with this relationship. Because I have a couple years to decide what I want. But if things go well, then hopefully get a place together. If things don't go well, then I'll just get my own place.
Mm-hmm. No matter what, you're gonna get a place. So.
Yeah.
Got it.
My next milestone as well, probably having a family of my own.
Mm-hmm.
Because my business is already doing well. I want to give something to my kids, and that would be like some of the money that I'm saving from what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Because my mom did that for me, and that helps me a lot. So I want to do that same exact thing for them.
Nice. Okay. Some goals. Future goals.
Yes.
All right. You're still good. Powering through.
I actually have to use the washroom.
Okay. Go for it. Go for it. And then we're gonna
Right.
talk about social media stuff.
Oh God, social media. The one thing Actually, I'll leave that for later.
Okay.
I will be right back.
Mm-hmm. What's up, everybody? Thanks for dropping by. This is episode 66 of the podcast featuring Kat. Joey, thank you so much for the resub. Angel, thank you for the raid earlier. Mike, you too. For the resub. Sam. Spam this gun to bother Wilson. This guy, Babely. What's up, Almog? Nikki, thanks for being here too. Everybody, whether you're lurking or not, learning about Kat's life experiences. We're almost done. We're just gonna get through a lot of topics that everyone here could relate to, especially when it comes to Twitch. And then at the end, I'll give you guys an opportunity to ask questions. Thanks for the amazing podcast stream. Thank you, Annie. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. I'm very tired today. Get some rest, Angel. I know it was a very stressful day for you. Can I be podcast 69? Why be 69? That was my food number today. That's why. Oh, dang. I actually saved number 69 for Crystal. That was her request to be on the podcast. Yeah. I mean, future Bailey podcasts? Very possible. Eden! Hello, Eden! Wilson, I like your hair. Thanks, man! And thank you so much for signing up for the tournament. We don't have too many spots left. Actually, I can't say that until I read the applications, but we have almost 70 signups. So if you guys have any Twitch streamer friends that are pretty active and are trustworthy in the community, definitely get them to sign up for the tournament. Exclamation CGT. What does OMO mean again? Uh, did you want to do the thing? Wait, which thing are we talking about? I know we've talked about certain stuff. Oh, it's a face.
I am back.
Welcome back.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, wait. Oh, there you go. It was lagging a bit.
Is it like you?
No, we're good. We're good.
Oh,
All right. Social media talks.
no god.
Aside from Twitch, what platforms are you currently active on?
I don't post a lot on Instagram. I've slightly been trying to post more on Twitter. I also have streaks with people on Snapchat, but I kind of need to be reminded of my streaks. Otherwise, I completely forget about it. But I don't know, I don't like social media as much. Like if you ask Maple, Maple knows that I'm like really bad with Snapchat. She literally had to call me one time to remind me about our streaks.
Dang, the mental toll that streaks can have on you on Snap. It's rough.
I just like, ugh. Social media isn't my thing. Because I actually don't take as much pictures of myself. And I don't know what to talk about on social media. I feel like a lot of people at my age specifically use it to boast about their life. And I hate that.
Mm-hmm.
And I hate being on my phone in real life with my friends. Or like in general. I think it's the way I was raised though. Like I got yelled at having my cell phone with me at the dinner table and stuff. So I don't actually do that. Like I'm on the only times I'm on my phone on stream is when I'm actually changing my song because it's so much easier instead of like tabbing out to just have it on my phone and like you can just press the arrow button and then put your phone down again.
Yeah.
Or like sometimes my mom like randomly texts me and she's like, "Did you eat yet?" kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have to reply or else she like comes into my room.
Got
But
it.
I don't like social media because I'm not really on my phone.
Yeah.
I try to post at least sometimes. I guess I kind of like TikTok though, because I get to also be creative with the videos on there.
Mm-hmm.
Even though like there's so much competition with like streaming related TikToks and Valorant related TikToks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the other social media. All right, the big one everyone could relate to, Twitch. You said you've been on Twitch for quite some time. I think you said 2014 or so, but you never got into streaming until recently, like 4 months ago or so. What
Yes.
pushed you to start streaming? And talk about your overall streaming experience before I ask you very specific questions.
I think a lot of people talk about my voice as the first thing that they notice. And a lot of people the
Got
funny
that
thing is
earlier, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people say that my voice is very calming and that it like kind of puts them to sleep. So I was really known for being a late night streamer. So a lot of people came into my streams and fell asleep to me just like randomly talking about just anything, right?
Yeah.
And then I told you about not wanting to use face cam. It
Mhm.
wasn't that I wasn't like, or I was scared that I wasn't like good looking or anything like that. I think it was seeing really attractive people get really weird people in chat, I didn't know how to deal with those kind of things. I didn't think I was comfortable enough with having that kind of attention. And I still sometimes don't know what to do with it.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Do you have examples of what has happened and how you dealt with them?
Cav knows this story. Cav knows this story. There's this one person that came into my chat and started like saying a lot of things, being like a big shromp. And he actually bought this blanket for me.
Wait, what?
See,
The guy?
Kev's like, oh boy, yeah, the guy bought this blanket for me.
Okay.
It's like a throw blanket because it was on my wish list, right?
Mm-hmm.
And basically, that person, when I stopped keep feeding into a lot of the things that they were saying, I wasn't replying on Discord. They victimized themselves. Let me pull up the message. I still have them up because Maddie asked for it too because he sees that person in other people's chats doing the exact same thing.
Okay.
But he actually goes into smaller girl streamers with face cams and pretends to like be a friend and be supportive of people
Mm-hmm.
just so he can tear down like their egos or something like that. Make them feel bad about not replying. So I stopped messaging him
Crazy.
because I took a break from streaming, right? Because I was streaming like 9 to 10 hours a day every day when I wasn't talking to Caster. Because I like kind of needed a distraction, right? So playing games and talking to chat was like a good way to distract myself because I was like really upset and stuff.
Yeah.
And he was like, "How are you feeling, by the way? I saw you got to level 50 like with Lost Ark." And then he kept messaging me and I wasn't like replying. And he was like, "Anyways, you seem to be doing fine. Enjoy your weekend." And I was like, "You're acting like I did this because I don't reply. I said I needed a break. That's included with many things, especially replying to people on Discord." He's like, "I did not know I was part of the issue." And I was like, "Everything is. I'm taking a break, just want to do my own things, enjoy time away from everything, especially streaming." And he was like, "Hey, all good." And then he's like, I told him that I didn't like the passive aggressiveness with the way he was talking, especially because I knew he was salty. I could tell he was salty about me not replying, especially because he said, like, with me saying that I was taking a break, he was like, "Sure, dot dot dot." But I made it very clear because I talked about it in my stream and he was there,
Mm-hmm.
that I was going to take a break for a while for mentality related things, that I needed time to work on myself and refresh my stream because I didn't want to keep pushing on and being like super depressed about things and having that show in my streaming, because I feel like as a streamer you need to be like entertaining at least, or somehow, right? And the way people see me as entertaining is me being like really happy and saying dumb things to random people in Valorant. Like, I literally asked people if they keep rulers at their desk to measure their penis sizes. So that's like Omin Yuk's favorite thing.
Uh-huh.
And whenever I bring it up, he just like starts laughing like crazy. But I don't know, I was genuinely curious. It randomly popped in my head in the middle of a Valo match.
Instead of talking about the game, you just fed into your curiosities and asked that.
I have random questions.
Okay. Got it.
It just randomly pops up in my head and I speak my mind. Like I literally say whatever is on my mind, and that was one of the first things that came to my head while on Breeze, just chilling on B site, setting up, putting my wall mid.
Uh-huh.
Was one of the first things that came into my mind.
Nice.
But yeah, he ended up. So I rated Plushie Gina, and that's the first time I ever like talked to her. Right? I actually cut out this person because he was like starting to be even more passive aggressive, and he was like, "Oh, I was just trying to be supportive. I didn't know I couldn't do that." He's like, "I even bought you stuff," and I was like, "You didn't have to. I didn't ask for these things."
Entitled.
People started asking for like wish lists, right? So then that's why I put a wish list up, and he ended up buying one of those things, and this blanket right here. And then he went into Gina's stream, and I found out a little bit after that he was actually doing the exact same thing to her.
Yeah.
And then Maddie confirmed he's doing it to another person. So I realized, like, oh, it was a good thing that I cut him out of my life. And then I had to explain to Gina that I wasn't actually close with this person. Because she thought, because he came from my stream and like said all these things about us being close, that we were actually close. So she was validating his actions because of the things he was saying and manipulating to her. But yeah, Gina knows exactly that person that I'm talking about. Like how he manipulated her into thinking that things were fine with the way he was treating her, and that he was a close friend of mine. It literally took us a couple of days to talk about it, so he was doing this for like a while with Gina before we realized things happened. Like Gina blocked him and everything. I just don't reply to him.
Yeah.
He's like randomly comes into my stream, but like he doesn't really say anything anymore. I think he understands my standpoint with him, so he just doesn't really do anything anyways. So it's pretty nice that I don't have to deal with it, because I only have like one person blocked on Twitch actually, and I don't want to add too many people to that list anymore.
Yeah. It could be a good idea if spread awareness.
Yeah. I think Maddie has screenshots of the conversation, so whenever he sees that person in other people's chats, because I haven't seen him much in other people's chats, but Maddie's the one spreading the word to people that he sees.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, it's a good thing, because we don't know how much further he can take it.
Yeah, and who he could meet, who wouldn't know.
Yeah.
Okay, with that being said, you could continue talking about your overall experience, and then I'll just bring up other things.
Actually, I started mostly streaming because of Dolphius. And then he told me to stream one day, and I think a lot of people in his chat were like, yes, Cat, stream. And I think a lot of girls wanted like a makeup stream. So I ended up doing like just a chatting stream for the first time. And it was just like a makeup tutorial kind of thing. And I talked about all the makeup related things because everyone always asks me about my makeup. Or it's always like something about my eyebrows or contour or something like that. And people just, females specifically, come into my chat and they're like, oh my god, your makeup is like flawless. And it's like, thank you. But that was my first stream, and then I got into Valorant more. Even though I like suck, my content is mostly me screaming because I was a Marshall only Sage. And you can just imagine people like walking into my crosshair and me just screaming because they're just like that close to me and I suck with the Marshall up close. So it also is just, now it's just me screaming at Caster because I'm scared and I need him. I'm like, please save me. That's like most of my content now. Or like Katie saying like weird things. Her and I teabagging in a corner.
Content, yeah.
There's like this one clip on TikTok of me getting super bored as Chamber and just pressing his teleport while I'm not like anywhere near it. And it's just like, I can't go there. Not like repeatedly. And then I just kill a random Sage because she just randomly walks towards like Bine's teleporter.
Yeah.
But I'm just like sitting there spamming the button because I'm so bored. I was like literally messaging Katie and Caster and I was like, I'm so bored. Nothing's happening. Cause then when I play Chamber, it's like Maddie playing Chamber. They always go to the opposite site. So I'm literally just sitting there doing absolutely nothing. I'm also known to insta-lock Yoru, but not for like knowing how to play him. It's actually quite the opposite. I don't know how to play him, so I flashed Cheese so many times and I flashed teammates.
Still content though.
I don't know, Yoru's fun. And when I played him after the update, I didn't know what the heck I was doing. Sky was like literally yelling at me because I kept putting my teleporter way too early, and he's just like, why are you putting this down? He's like, Cat, wait 5 seconds before you put it down. Like, you shouldn't be putting it down this late. And then I was like purposely flashing him. I only play Yoru because I don't know how to play him, and it makes it fun.
Yeah.
I need to do that to Caster now.
Alright.
Still lock Yoru next time I play with him.
More things about streaming. So how did you come up with your name?
I thought it was like a cute pun because my nickname came from my best friend when I was in junior high, because she is a lisp and she can't say Caitlin properly, so she just started calling me Cat, and then it just stuck with me for like forever. Everyone just called me Cat. It's kind of weird to just hear Kate or like Caitlin. So then I thought imakatastrophe also was really relatable to me, and it explains me very well because every time I'm in call with Castor, I end up hurting myself somehow and I get a bruise. So like, I'm a catastrophe to myself.
Got it. The origin story of the name.
Yes.
Alright, based on your experience on Twitch, what would you consider as one of your favorite memories so far?
I know this sounds really corny, But I think it's like meeting the group of friends that I have now, especially Castor being on that list.
That's not corny. That's like wholesome.
uh, if it weren't for like Dolph, I think specifically,
Shout out to
I
Dolph.
don't think. Yeah, Dolph is like the main reason to why I'm more comfortable in the community.
Mm-hmm.
Um, especially like Maple and Chi as well. Those two were like emotional support beacons as well, because I'm not like really outgoing, but I think being able to converse with those two so openly about things and them like listening has helped a lot. When I first met Castor, I was really shy still, but thanks to like Chi, it was like easier for me to talk to him, and thanks to Dolph as well. And then I played a lot of League with Maple and Dolph, and then I became a part of the community that Dolph has. So then I just kind of got to know everyone so much better, and that was like a huge thing for me. Because the thing is, I actually didn't stay in communities long when it came to Twitch until I met Dolph. So I'd only be there for like a little bit, and then I'd leave and then find someone else to watch. But I think that was the only community that I actually like stayed in.
Yeah.
And then it brought me into Cozy's group, into like being in your chat, learning, being in Isaac's chat, being in Linda's community. I think it's all because of Dolph actually. So if it weren't for him, I would not be as open as I am today with new people and communities. So
Nice.
thank God for that.
All right, so that's memories. What were your family's thoughts about you streaming, if they know?
My mom doesn't really care. She's just like, oh, be careful who you talk to, be careful who you meet in real life. That's
Okay.
about it.
And then your brothers, they just don't really know, or?
My older brother knows, but he doesn't like really care
Mm-hmm.
because he like knows that girls, as he says, get more views, and I can't lie, girls with face cam, if like people find your stream, I will agree that I've had people only stay for solely my looks and my personality, not my gameplay. I will agree that I've had a couple of those before.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of that, that was actually one of my questions. So my question is, what do you think the difference is between streaming as a guy and girl on the platform? Like the disparity, experiences?
I think if you're not interconnected into communities as a guy, it's definitely harder to have views unless, I don't know, you're like really, really cracked at the game. But even so, like people who are really good at Valorant that I've seen or watched didn't really have a community to like come across them, right? Or like watch their streams. I think it's all in like how you kind of put yourself out there in a community for guys compared to like girls. I've seen girls who just started, didn't have a community, all because they have a face cam and they're like pretty attractive or cute or have a cute voice. It's just like people randomly go into other people's streams, right? And one person goes into their stream and then a lot more other people come. So I will agree. I had it a little easy because Dolph showed my Instagram on stream. So then people came to my streams mostly because of that, I will say. And because my voice on Dolph's stream, I guess. That's how I kind of got exposed. People were like, oh my god, her voice is so cute, her voice is so soothing. Stuff like that.
Okay, we talked about that one specific situation you got yourself into with that person, the blanket, right?
Yes.
Other than that, have you experienced dealing with like trolls, hate? If so, how did you kind of react to it?
I have active mods, or my mods are just like lurking.
Mm-hmm.
There's one mod specifically who deals with people like that most of the time. And he's just like on it. So I don't really have to. I do it for Gina's chat actually. It's funny because like I deal with the people who take it a little too far in Gina's chat because she doesn't deal with it, or she doesn't. Sometimes she doesn't know what to say, and I can feel that, right? Because as another female, I've had those feelings and I know those looks where she just reads something and I can just like instantly tell that, like, oh yeah, it's that kind of comment. Or like I hear her in the chat when I'm lurking and she's
Mm-hmm.
just like very noticeably uncomfortable. So then I come in the chat and I do whatever I need to do.
Yeah.
But I think most of the times I don't really have to deal with it because my mods deal with it for me. I've only had to tell one person off, but it's because they were talking about like a topic that shouldn't be talked about in chats. Unless it's like a just chatting and obviously the streamer asks for the chat's opinion on stuff. But other than that, I did not ask for that person's opinion. And he was saying stuff like that anyways, so I kind of just told him off and was like, that's not what we're talking about, and I don't feel comfortable having you in my chat
Mm-hmm.
talking about such things. It was something about like, I think it was relating to depression. Like I told him my DMs are open, but I don't want to talk about that in chat, especially like because it's such a mood killer, especially. I think that as a viewer, you should also know what and what not to talk about in a chat.
Mm-hmm.
Politics, obviously, religion. Like, unless someone openly talks about it on stream, then no, you shouldn't talk about those things, especially like, because this person was obviously a kid with the way they were talking about depression, and I don't think they like fully understood a lot of things, and that's why it made me uncomfortable to talk about this with him, because it's not my place to.
Yeah.
And everyone goes through different things. Like, sure, he could be depressed, but how do I know that? I can't really like I said before, I can't really speak for someone else's feelings.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something that I don't talk about in my chat. Like, as soon as someone says something like that, it's automatically just tell it to me in a DM if you really want to talk about it. Tell me off stream, not on stream, because that's a mood killer for not only like the people that I'm playing with per se, or the people that are in my chat. It's not something that I should have to deal with, or other people should have to read, because that's your problems. And if you're voicing it out in a random Twitch chat that like the person doesn't actually like fully know you, I think that's taking it a little too far.
Hmm. Got it. Wow. So this was actually pretty close to what I was going to ask you about Twitch still. So we already got to this point.
Okay.
Specifically, that is a form. If we're talking about Twitch etiquette, I wanted to discuss that with you. What are
Mhm.
some unspoken rules about Twitch? Not only that, but another thing I've been seeing quite more frequently is trauma dumping. That's like the term that I've seen streamers use, right? So you could expand on your thoughts about trauma dumping and talk about some unspoken rules in Twitch etiquettes.
My biggest thing is reading a chat. Like not physically like your eyes reading it, but like knowing when and when not to say things. I think a lot of viewers don't understand that, especially like the younger ones.
Mm-hmm.
Like reading a situation basically, right? Like, should I press enter and should I talk about these topics in a stream where they're playing games and just trying to vibe, trying to entertain people? I think that some people are open to it, but not all people are, right? You need to learn that trauma dumping is not always okay.
Yeah.
That you should be able to openly talk about it with someone, and it shouldn't be in a chat, like a Twitch chat. If anything, it should be like in a DM. I think that I've come across people who also only talk about drama,
Mm-hmm.
nothing else. And they think like their problems are the worst in the world. And it actually just irks me so much when people think that. Because, like, yes, you're going through a lot, but you don't have it really, really bad. You live in a first world country. You're you have a lot more things provided to you compared to other people, and it's selfish in a way, if you would call it, um, that they think their problems are at a higher tier than anyone else's.
Mm-hmm. Is there
But
anything else with Twitch etiquette?
mm, I think certain people also backseat gaming.
That's a good one.
Yeah, especially because a lot of people put it in their description, but a lot of people also don't read the fact, right?
Yeah.
Like, I enjoy playing games, but at the same time, I don't enjoy always having people tell me what to do. So, backseat gaming is like a huge thing to me, especially if I'm trying to like enjoy a game to the full extent and learn at my own pace. I think that's like the biggest thing is letting people learn at their own pace unless they ask for help. Because why can't you enjoy a stream without thinking you're superior to the other person in a game, right? Like that kind of puts a complex up that you're much better at the game than a person to be backseating them. Like if I agree with Gina, like hating people making comments on my gaming, like sometimes I get people who say, "Oh, you suck at Valorant." Yeah, I do suck. I've only been playing for 4 months. This is my first FPS on keyboard and mouse, and a lot of people tell me that for picking up my first keyboard and mouse, I learned really quickly, and that I'm still learning really quickly. Like I pick up on my mistakes, but it's just like because it's my first keyboard and mouse FPS, I am still not used to a lot of the movements, especially like having to play with someone like Caster. The MMR is so much higher than my own, but I play with Caster because he's my boyfriend and because we have this is like a way to spend time together. And playing with like Ray as well puts my MMR higher. And then Katie and I are like at the same rank. But when Katie and I play together, my lobby is so much easier. uh, so like I'm playing at like my level. But when I stream, most of the times it's with Caster because he wants to like play games with me and support the stream, right? So he's there, and then we're playing Smurf lobbies. And I'm still new and I'm still learning. I literally just learned crosshair placements like properly, like adjusting to everything. And like I only like have kind of mastered Sage. I don't really play other people. I played Astra, but she's like really bad now, as people say. I haven't touched her since. But I don't know, just the backseat gaming kind of annoys me. I don't know, like I don't mind people like suggesting things to me, like, oh, this wall is bad, but don't like completely ruin the game for me by telling me like what you would have done in that situation. You're not the one playing at the time. I'm the one playing. So let me learn at my own pace, kind of thing. Like I'll learn if a wall is bad because obviously, like I used to put a wall at Icebox right where they like jump up before like yellow and stuff. I used to just like place it right in front. But now I know that's bad because they can jump over it. Trial and error.
Exactly.
But a lot of Valorant for me was trial and error and watching other people play because I picked up on things from that. But I'm still learning, and I know I'm still learning. I can tell sometimes when I play with Caster that like the difference between our gameplay is there. Like I can see it. You don't have to remind me of how bad I am at the game.
All right, that's Twitch etiquette regarding a backseat gaming. So, from streaming for the last 4 months or so, right? What would you say are the pros and cons?
Pros and cons of streaming?
Yeah.
I think a con that I realized is thinking that you have to stream. You know what I mean? Like, you feel that you have to because, like, you owe it to, like, your viewers and you owe it to keeping up with the schedule. But I realized if they're real viewers and they actually care about your content and who you are, if you take breaks, they're not gonna mind. I used to stream every day for 10 hours and I was working a lot more and trying to build my relationship up and everything, you know? It was a lot of stress and a lot of mentality put into something that I shouldn't have forced myself into. I think that a con from, a pro from that is learning who your true supporters are. But I think taking breaks is important. Gina, I'm talking to you. You specifically. I'm trying to think of other cons or pros.
Mhm.
I think it's like meeting people is a pro from Twitch.
For sure.
I know a lot of people actually have become more sociable because of Twitch, actually. Like, it's teaching them to come out of their comfort zone because you're forced to talk to people, which is nice, actually. That's how I also started. But also, just like a con from that is like meeting certain people. Blanket guy. Blanket guy, that's what I have to say.
Hmm.
But other than that, Twitch is a great like space for people. A lot of people find it like their safe place. They can come and just escape from reality kind of thing because of gaming, a community. I think that's like a really beautiful thing to bring people together, especially like in the gaming community, because a lot of people now are like introverted, and I think it teaches them a lot. And being able to be comfortable,
Hmm.
which I like really understand that because if it weren't for Twitch, I don't think I'd be willing to travel more. I think I would have just wanted to, but I wouldn't have a reason to.
I see. Hmm.
And then I would just be in my room or like with my in real lives instead of like experiencing things. Oh yeah, and TwitchCon.
Sure.
Because Nikki was like, "Are you going to TwitchCon?" And I was like, "Yes." And he was like, "We need to do DDR." I was like, "Okay."
So those are the pros and cons.
Yes. From my perspective, everyone's like different.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
those are like the main things that I see from Twitch. Especially like knowing a lot of introverts.
Hmm.
Like Nikki's an introvert. We're actually like pretty alike in that aspect.
Ooh, okay, okay. So this kind of falls into the same or some of the topics you mentioned, but how could streaming affect you mentally? Or how has it, if you have any personal experiences with it? Because one thing you mentioned was like taking breaks and stuff. That I could see how that ties with the impact to your mental. But what else?
um I actually took a break from streaming for like a while before I went back into it.
Hmm.
Um because I was like very emotionally tired where it felt like I couldn't be who I wanted to be or as extroverted as I usually was on stream because of all the things that were happening in the background of my life where I wasn't focused on it because of streaming.
Hmm.
And I think that's like why people need to learn how to take breaks. Um because I feel like people use it too much as a distraction at times as well. But you also have to learn a healthy balance of reality compared to using it as a distraction from reality as well. Like, find a healthy balance to where you have time to game and build your community, but take care of yourself as well. Because otherwise, you're going to be at a point like me where you just have no motivation to stream anymore because of it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking to Ray specifically here, by the way. He is like way too addicted to Lost Ark. That man, Guvu too. Guvu, if you're here, if you're listening, swear to God,
Oh man,
you man.
addiction. Lost Ark
Oh,
addiction.
God. Yeah, they're Lost Ark addiction. Oh my God, Nikki was at that point too. Caster was at that point. I was literally in call with him and I was like sleeping. Right, I fell asleep. He was on Lost Ark. Woke up. He was on Lost Ark.
Mm-hmm.
These guys, man, and they're Lost Ark.
All right. Next question. So, what advice can you give to those who want to get started with streaming or are just trying to grow on the platform?
Advice that I give is probably networking. Because a lot of people watch streams, but a lot of the times they won't actually become a part of a community. But I feel like the more people you know, the more likely you are able to have more people come to your stream, especially if you're like playing games with other people, right? They'll just automatically support you back in a way,
Mm-hmm.
in some way, you know? Because I per se, Gina supports all of the girls that support her as well. Gina likes really cute girls. Just putting it out there. But she supports like a lot of other streamers, especially like the thing I like about Gina is that she supports a lot of other girls, and instead of like putting them down, she helps them like build up their community more, especially like because a lot of Gina's viewers actually came into my chat because I'm mod in Gina's chat.
Mm-hmm.
So I think like something like that helps you, just like the networking.
Yeah.
Because like that's kind of what we're doing here, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like your chat's learning about me. Some of my chat comes into here as well to learn more about me as well. And then people come and support this because they know that you and I are on this, which is nice, especially for like people who don't get viewage or don't have like a community. It's nice for them to come on something like this, because then we learn a lot more about them as well. Like I didn't know a lot of the people you did like podcasts for, but then I like always listen along to the podcasts, except like if I'm really busy.
Mm-hmm.
But then like at times it helps me learn more about a person, and I love connecting to people and like actually getting to know them.
Yeah.
Because a lot of my viewers I actually know by their names, like their first names.
Mm-hmm.
But it's because like they come around so much where it's like I learn bits and pieces from them, and it's like kind of putting together a puzzle, which is kind of fun to me because I love puzzle games even though I suck at them.
So definitely networking. Big advice.
Yes, I think that's like the biggest thing. And then also, while being a small streamer, don't care about your views. I know a lot of people will say that and you're still gonna care about your views like somehow. But think about it as you're eventually gonna grow. But if you start caring about views, the money, all that kind of stuff, then it becomes more of a job than an actual like hobby per se, something that you enjoy.
Yeah.
If you look at it as a job, usually people don't enjoy their jobs, especially if you're not seeing like future prospects in it, right? So Twitch is kind of like that. You have to enjoy the content you're making before anyone else also enjoys it. I think that's all that I really have to
Great
say.
advice. Yeah, definitely see that as great general advice for growing and for starting out. Okay, so with your current state on Twitch, what are your goals, if you have any?
My goals, I think Caster and I talked about doing more like just chatting streams about uh like with couple stuff. Um I kind of want to rebuild my community because a lot of people always message me and they're like, "Oh, you're not streaming," and I feel kind of bad, but it's because I have like no motivation to stream. But I like recently started getting back into streaming a little more consistently, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I took a break this weekend because I really wanted to fix my sleep schedule. And I was like
Yeah.
telling people, and I was like, please understand. My sleep schedule was so bad. I was like, I literally texted Katie a couple days ago. I'm not even lying. Let me like go back. I have a specific time.
Like your schedule?
That I woke up at. It was really bad. She was just like, "Good morning." And I was like, "Oh my god." 11:31 p.m.
Oh my gosh.
I don't want to talk about it. Anyway, it was funny because I was in call with Caster too. I don't know what he did for the whole day. I was just passed out. I was passed out for like a whole day. I'm not even joking.
Yeah.
I woke up at like 11 p.m. and oh my god, that was like an eye opener. I was just like, yeah, I kind of need to fix my sleep schedule. God, what am I doing? It's pretty bad.
Yeah. Alright, so goals, basically more content, possibly couple related stuff. Was there anything else?
Mm, I want to post more TikToks, and I have like so much content that's like waiting in my metal, but I'm procrastinating. I need to stop procrastinating. But it's just like so hard to want to edit things.
Yeah, more so on the motivation aspect. Got it.
Yeah.
Alright. Talk about your meetups that you've done so far. You talked about how you met Katie like a month ago and you were like super shy, but it was great that she was able to, you know, talk, right? Get you to come out of your comfort zone.
I will say this. Katie is like exactly how she looks on camera in real life. I'm just putting it out there, guys. Miss Cat. Beautiful. But yeah, like her and I, we met in real life. We ended up getting Japanese barbecue. And we talked like about a lot of things. Nice to have like, because I don't make a lot of friends that are girls in real life. Because a lot of them dislike me.
Hmm.
I don't know. A lot of my friends say it's like because I have like a resting bitch face, so a lot of people don't want to approach me. And I also probably don't make it easy for people to approach me because I don't talk to people.
Mhm.
But hmm. I did one in Vancouver recently as well. That was like a VR Friends. That one was really good because it was like a whole new experience. That was like during the summer. EDC. I have like a lot of people to meet. I am very nervous because we're merging two groups. We're merging your group and like Cozy's group. And
Didn't
I'm
even
part
know
of
I had a
Cozy's
group
group.
though. Gotcha,
I
gotcha.
mean, it's called your group because like
Interesting.
I don't know. It's literally what we called it. Wilson's group, Cozy's group. The two most famous people, you know?
Just cozy.
um,
Yeah.
what the?
So
But,
that's huge. EDC. You're right.
and then I was supposed to meet Caster this month, but we're actually gonna wait until EDC and then flying to Cali. And then I'm not meeting Matt at Vegas, and I'm not meeting a couple people at Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
That includes Nikki. So, like, I'm gonna meet them when I'm in Cali.
Isn't that like coming up really soon?
Yeah.
Got it. Got it. Like
Yeah,
the
so
end of the
like
month,
and
right?
yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully you have a lot of fun. So that's the meetup plans. All right. Last question relative to Twitch, and then we come down to the final stretch. All right, folks, if you guys know what question I'm going to ask, brace yourselves.
Oh god. Should be
Just
scared.
building up anticipation.
Oh my god.
All right, Kat. So, how does it feel to be famous?
Oh my god. I'm not famous. I like say that okay. I say this jokingly, okay? But I'm like semi serious. Can I
Yeah, you could elaborate on anything about being famous. Yeah.
I am e-girl famous. E-girl famous. I like I jokingly say it, but let's be real here. E-girl e-girl famous is like a real thing.
Because of like the virtual world? Is that what you're talking about? The VR?
No, it's like kind of like the voice thing and stuff, like things that people are attracted to.
Oh, okay.
You know, like
Mm-hmm.
I get it easier because I'm a girl who uses face cam on stream. Because I suck at Valorant.
I see.
So I'm not good at games, but people come and watch me anyways. Because I'm a girl. I'm an e-girl. Not like Pokimane famous. Pokimane is on like another level of e-girl.
Okay, switching gears really briefly about Valorant. All right, we talked about that. Um, you could be biased if you want. So, best agent in the game and the worst.
Best agents? I don't play her and I suck at her. But I would have to say Reina as one of the best. she's friendly to people who are just starting off because of the heal. She has a dismiss to get her out of like certain situations. She's a blind. If people play her properly, she creates a lot of space. You can easily trade because even if you don't get the kill, you still, if you get the assist, you still get the heal. I personally, I don't play Reyna. I'm not good like caster at Reyna. Don't ever expect me to actually do anything when I just W key. I'm W keying, so you guys get some information, okay? If I die, at least I know where I die from. That's the I know that you should entry as a duelist, so I literally just press W key.
Okay, and then for worst agent.
Phoenix. I don't think I've ever seen a good Phoenix. I would debate Yoru, but I've seen good Yorus.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't ever say that I've seen a good Phoenix.
Okay, Phoenix.
He has like a really powerful ult, and I like that he can heal himself as well. I don't know. I feel like out of all of the duelists, he's one of the weakest ones.
Mm-hmm.
Because Jet has a dash, she can create so much space, and she can use her like smokes, even though they're like very temporary.
Mm-hmm.
Compared to like per se like Omen or Brims who stay for like forever, as it feels like.
Yeah.
I've seen good Jet mains. I've never seen a Phoenix who creates space.
Okay, so Phoenix, and then Reyna as the best.
In my opinion.
How about for
Somewhat.
how about for guns? Best gun in the game and the worst.
Okay. Eco rounds, best gun, Sheriff. Full buy rounds, a Vandal. Also, eco rounds could also mean specters, depending on how much money you're trying to actually save, right?
Mm-hmm.
But like, if you're good with a sheriff, you're like pretty much set for an eco round. But Vandal for sure is one of my favorites. Because I feel like it's so strong. I kind of just learned the spray pattern too.
Mm-hmm.
So I know like the first 4 bullets, it's okay to like hit a body shot and then it'll go to a headshot. But I told you I just like literally learned crosshair placement. Maddie was like literally yelling at me one time because like my crosshair placement on Ascent was like amazing. I've never had crosshair placement like that in my entire life. It was just for that one game.
Yeah, you're
That
on point.
one game.
Mm-hmm.
It was like
Clean.
I don't know what I was on, but my crosshair placement was insane.
Mm-hmm.
And I like always bottom frag as Sage, but for that one game, I was actually like top fragging, which was surprising to me. I didn't even know what to say. I was just staring at the scoreboard like, what is wrong with me? Who took my mouse?
And then the worst guns.
stinger. I don't use the stinger, so like that's why I'm saying it.
Mhm.
I used to hate the Aries, but then I picked it up one time and Katie was like, "You're insane at shooting with the Aries," and I was like, I was kind of just spraying and praying.
It worked.
But like, I don't know, the Aries spray isn't like too weird. Like I thought it was, and that's why I never like picked it up. But when I was using it, I wasn't like ADSing,
Hmm.
but I still got headshots. So like, it's not that weird. So I would say just the Stinger for me. And I don't use the Odin, so maybe the Odin and the Stinger.
If you could only choose one, what would be your favorite skin bundle, like skin set?
Oh my god. I'm really debating. Hey, looks wise, only looks wise,
Yeah.
I
Okay.
would say Celestial. But it's too distracting and I can't have it on my Phantom anymore, so I took it off and I'm literally just running no skin on my Phantom.
Uh-huh.
But I bought it just because it was super pretty, and I only put it on now because my in real life friend thinks it's pretty. And I only put it on when I'm with her now.
I see. I
Um,
see. Okay.
if I were to say something that actually like feels like it gives me aimbot,
Yeah.
I can't choose between the Prime or the Reaper. Reaver? Reaver.
Reaver. Yeah.
Because Reaver Vandal is just so nice. It feels nice.
Yeah.
But I recently just started using the Prime more because if Caster dies, I just pick up his gun. I debate him. And he has
It
the
hits.
he has the Prime, and it's just like it sounds so nice. I think that's like one of the major things to me is the sound. Especially like if you one tap them, the Reaver and the Prime just sounds so nice.
Facts. And lastly, rank your maps from your favorite to least.
I hate Haven. Haven is the worst map.
Okay.
Second, Icebox. I hate Icebox.
Mm-hmm.
I used to like Split, but I don't like it anymore. I only like it when I'm playing controller. So like Smokes, because like Omen is fun on that map.
Okay.
So I'd say that one right after.
So Haven, Icebox, Split.
Breeze. Wait, no, Fracture. Fracture instead of Breeze, and then Breeze right after.
Mm-hmm.
I like Binds. But maybe it's just that I'm a Sentinel main.
Mind and Ascent are your favorites.
Yeah, I really like Ascent. Katie and I were talking about it one time,
Uh-huh.
and I used to hate that map, like Ascent, but now I've learned to love it.
Okay. So those are your map picks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Now we're gonna finish things off with some random questions I have.
Okay.
These questions could be quick, however you want to answer them. Okay. Greatest pet peeve.
I think I talked about this before, but when people are on their phones during like certain occasions, like
Mm-hmm.
if we were like having dinner together, or just something like one-on-one.
Yeah.
Like I don't mind per se if like Castor and I were just chilling and he was like on his phone, like us doing our own thing.
Mm-hmm.
But if we planned a date and he was on his phone, I would be so pissed.
Okay.
I'd be angry.
Greatest fear.
My greatest fear is never amounting to anything to myself. If I gave up on myself, I don't know what I would do.
Mm. That's deep.
Because I don't know, it's like I told you how I feel about being there for yourself and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like putting yourself first.
Yeah.
It's like I think that's like the most important thing. If you're more confident in yourself, then you're open to having better relationships with not just like your significant other, but with like family and all that stuff. Because you're at a point where you have space for them
Mm-hmm.
in like your heart and everything, right?
Yeah. Let's do favorite food.
I'm very biased to Asian food. um, but if I had to pick, I'd say tteokbokki,
Oh,
like
okay.
spicy rice cakes.
Nice.
I'm addicted.
Okay. Do you have like a favorite quote or a quote that you live by?
It's not really a quote, it's more like what my friend said, but the red flag thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, seeing it from different perspectives.
Yeah,
Got it.
because that was like a huge eye opener to me.
Mm-hmm.
Because now I try to see it from another person's perspective as well,
Yeah.
and I try to like look at it or how other people would see it as well.
Mm-hmm.
So
Favorite animal.
Maddie's gonna love my answer for this, but a panda.
Panda.
It's because, okay, I told you I bruise myself really easily and I'm very clumsy. I'm like a panda. I like to sleep. I'm very clumsy. Basically, like, I'm on the verge of extinction with how much times I hurt myself.
Mm-hmm.
um, they're cute. They're big, they're fluffy. They're a little dumb, kind of like me. Perfect. This is my spirit animal.
Okay. So, favorite ice cream flavor.
Oh my god. I like the green tea ones. I also have a lot of the. What are those? What is this even called? Fudge. They're like
What?
the Asian popsicles. Fudge. I'm just gonna go grab it.
You have it?
I literally have some.
Okay. Go for it, go for it. He's gonna go get the popsicle. Thank you guys for being here. We're almost done. Literally a few questions left. But if you guys also have questions, be sure to get them ready. Oh. Wait, what is
This is
that?
what I. These ones?
Lona.
Yeah. I have
Dang.
like so many. I have the banana ones. I have the strawberry, the ube ones. There's like a bunch of different stuff. I like the mango ones the most.
Mango. Got it. What would you consider as your greatest accomplishment in life and your greatest failure?
My greatest accomplishment?
Mm-hmm.
I think it was getting straight A's during all of school. Like my mom had everything posted up on the walls because I was like a straight A student. That's what you get for not conversing to people and being shy. Is that you actually pay attention in school.
It pays off.
It pays off
Yeah.
somehow. Me being an introvert
Mm-hmm.
helps me in somehow.
And then your greatest failure.
My greatest failure to myself is not believing in myself. Is letting myself be disappointed
Mm-hmm.
in things that I shouldn't have been.
Yeah.
And that's stopping me from doing other things.
Okay, down to the last three. So, what was your first impression of me?
You were really nice and very outgoing. You're super entertaining. I like the topics you talk about too. Like you're very open-minded, which is I feel like it's kind of hard to come by actually. People who are actually genuinely open-minded. Because I converse with a lot of people my age and they're very like close-minded, tunnel vision on something. And I think I like being around people who are willing to listen as well as give their own perspectives on things. So being around people who talk about not just gaming, like actual topics like how you're getting to know people, that's something that I really enjoy. And I can tell you're very genuine.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Okay. So, as of now, name 5 streamers that you find yourself watching the most.
You, Isaac, like Papa Bear Sunny. That's a really good question. I don't watch Dolph as much anymore because we're on like completely different sleep schedules now.
Uh-huh.
AKA I sleep for the whole day. Also, I used to watch Linda a lot, but she was on vacation. So I couldn't watch her. I've actually recently been watching more of Lucas as well. Like Soju
Soju?
Poppy.
Oh.
But I would still technically count Linda.
Mm-hmm.
Because I really like watching him. Yes, Linda, I watched you a lot. Like, even just your just chatting streams. Or like you playing random games with people.
Mm.
But yeah, those are I guess are the main people that I'm watching right now.
Yeah.
I'm watching Isaac stream a lot because he's streaming like a lot of the games that I enjoy.
Mhm.
Because he's playing storyline consequential games,
Oh
and those are the
yeah,
kinds that I love.
he has been.
Oh my god, my anxiety. I can't even talk about my anxiety with him playing it. But you know what? That's the whole point of me watching, being entertained. Oh my god, I was talking to Caster and I was getting ready for this, right?
Mhm.
The podcast. I was in the middle of doing my makeup and Isaac screamed and I actually flinched. And I wasn't even watching his stream or what he was doing. I just flinched.
Flinching from watching someone's POV. Yeah.
Guys, unban Vinny. Oh no. It's become a current
That threw me off. Okay. Lastly. So using your connection, who would you like to see as a future guest on this podcast and why?
Gina. You know why? Because she is a very entertaining streamer. Um, she's growing the community and it's very different from your community. So I think the two mixed together would be very interesting to see.
Mm-hmm.
Because yours is so wholesome and hers is like a mix between wholesome and not wholesome. Like,
Okay.
it would be
Yeah.
very funny to watch.
Uh-huh.
Has Cozy come? I know he's just like Cozy's like a troll, but he's very entertaining.
Mm-hmm. Got it.
Like, I don't know, I can never take Cozy seriously. But it's really entertaining to watch Cozy, you know?
Mm-hmm.
He's like one of those like streamers that like you're I don't know how to describe it. It's like captivating watching him stream because he's just like so weirdly out there. But I gotta love that.
Alright. So Gina and Cozy. Top picks.
Yes.
Yeah, so Cozy gets a dating show if he doesn't find anyone at EDC. So and Cozy will help find contestants. Right, Cozy?
Oh
Okay,
God.
cool. Alright, that is it from me. Chat, do you guys have any questions for Kat? Any last minute questions? Feel free to tag me so I could see. But while there may or may not be any questions, how are you feeling now after talking about your life experiences?
I don't think like the people who are really close to me know a decent amount about the things I've previously talked about. I
Mm-hmm.
think some of them are news to people because I know I talk openly about the VR chat thing.
Yeah.
I talked about it on stream, but I don't think a lot of people knew about like my high school life because I like to keep that stuff private. But like this is kind of a thing for opening up about those things.
Mm-hmm.
I talk openly about my feelings and how my perspectives and views on topics, but never openly about my past because I feel like a lot of people are gonna feel pity towards the things that I've experienced, but I
Yeah.
want them to know the me that I'm living right now
Mm-hmm.
instead of like feeling bad for my past, knowing like that kind of pity throughout like everything. Because I've a lot of people have been through different kinds of traumas,
Yeah.
but I don't want to use that trauma to define me. It's definitely made me into a better person, but I think that people understanding where I come from now, they can like understand my maturity. Especially because a lot of people, it's hard to explain why I'm more mature than people my age. But I feel like a lot of people understand that now with everything that I've come out with on this stream.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of like nice having it out there and off my shoulder.
Yeah. I'm glad you feel that way. Okay, so question from Kasala. What was your first impression of Kasala?
I think I met them in the chat, and she's dating someone else
Sphinx.
that I know. Sphinx, yes. And I was playing the Sphinx the first time, and she was so sweet in my chat. Because I think Sphinx came into my chat first, and then Kasala came, and she was so sweet. And then I think we conversed for like quite a while, but I haven't talked to her in a hot minute.
Mhm.
But I remember her being like super sweet and kind, very outgoing in my chat. And their relationship's so cute. I get like all fuzzy when I hear about people's relationships. I get so happy. Like when Katie and Ray were talking about Ray getting her flowers, my heart sank right then and there. I hate flowers and I hate like receiving flowers, but I don't know. It was just like really cute to me.
Mm-hmm. Got it. So, from Joey, how can I steal Cat away from Caster?
It isn't already done. I don't think he's paying attention. I think he's in his Val game, Joey. This is your validation. This is your validation.
There you go.
Watch him actually type back. Oh no.
We get
Oh
a.
no, you heard it.
We've done it. So, Will has a similar question, more like, how can I steal Caster away from Cat?
He's very, very openly. I don't know how to explain it, but with the homies, he's like that anyways. With my homies, I'm like that anyways.
Mm-hmm.
So like realistically, just become his homie and then you're good. You're set.
Alrighty,
Oh
there
my
you
God.
go. Pro tips.
Because he asked, why does no one want me? Is that one of the questions? Could you imagine? I can't answer that.
That's so deep.
But I thought it was so funny.
He didn't tag me, so it wasn't an actual question.
I was gonna roast you, Cozy. I wasn't ready. I actually had an answer for that too.
How do you become a homie with Cat?
It's actually not even that cozy. Do you really want to hear the answer? Do you want my honest opinion? You don't want to hear it?
Don't want to hear it.
Aw. See, that's one of the reasons why you don't have a girl.
Oh. Podcast turned into a roast. All right, let's just close this off. I think we've taken enough of your time, Cat. Okay, but I'm glad that you were able to talk about your life experiences and everything. Thank you. Seriously, I appreciate it. I'll close this off for the YouTube segment, and then I'll let you go. Do you have plans for the rest of the night, since you have like somewhat of a fixed sleep schedule, I hope?
It's It's not fixed anymore. It's 12 a.m. baby. I was
Okay,
only fixing it for this.
gotcha. Appreciate it.
But I am just gonna mod in Caster's chat while I eat actual food.
Nice. Sounds good.
Because I
Sounds
was
good.
hungry. I was gonna make tacos in a Dorito bag.
Mm-hmm.
But then she told me this is gonna take a while, and I was like, fudge. So then I'm just gonna order food while I am in Caster's chat. That's all I have.
Alrighty. This has been the Chang Gang Podcast, episode 66, featuring Kat. Thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate it, like I said before. Do you have any last words for everyone watching, either live or maybe on YouTube?
I want to give like advice, but I've already openly talked about all the advice. So all I'm gonna say now is good night. And Cozy's looking for a girlfriend. and he's looking for a EDC bae, you know, and girls hit him up. His Twitch is a Cozy. He has a lot of flannels he can give you. He has a nice arm tattoo. He's funny. He's 5'11".
Basically 6 feet, yeah.
He can give you shoulder rides at EDC. He knows all the good food spots at in LA.
Great last few words.
He drives a nice car. I don't know. He's still looking for someone. Girls hit him up.
Alrighty. Well, that's a wrap for this podcast episode, guys. You'll see this on YouTube within the next few days. Remember, use that exclamation guest because it is a direct link to Kat's Twitch channel. She is a fellow streamer. Show some love and support. Take it easy, everybody. Have a wonderful night. Make sure to give this video a thumbs up and hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. I welcome you all to the Chang Gang with open arms. Kat and everyone have a lovely night. All right, peace out.